Yeah. I mean, I think you also need visa to go to Russia. Yeah, I think so. Everybody needs to
test out to see if it.
Yeah. Oh, it's just kind of annoying to have to pay like more than £200 for this.
If it's not displaying, I just need to make sure it doesn't turn the screen.
And they give it to you just like for a couple of weeks, you know, it's not like a half a year visa, you know, like UK or like US like for 10 years.
Yeah, the ESTA, you pay for 10 years.
Yeah.
Desktop.
Yeah, no, ESTA is amazing. Yeah, we'll just wait like 5 more minutes so that to make sure that people are found the room, etc. It's so good to see you. I was like, and then like I feel so bad. Like we left so many things with you so far, and like no, but I'm like, well, you know, like you're living in Belgium, Palace, we will have like 1,000,000 square meters. So. Okay, thank you so much. Ah, good. Sorry.
Can't seem to. Okay. Do you want to try an HDMI?
I need the, I think I need the connector.
Oh, you need the USB-C? Yeah.
I have one. That's good. That's a good connection. It's not red, not green. Oh, I know. They're always misconfiguration.
Yeah. That's why
I hate it.
I'm gonna have to turn off and on mirroring, I think. So I'm actually gonna be able to do it. I wasn't able to. I just had to guess.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh.
Can we stop? Now, first of all,
It doesn't see any additional screen from my side.
of what? Chapter 6. No, they're not. It's turning on.
No, I don't see. Do you see two screens in there? Huh? I don't see those two. I need to. I mean the USB. What's called?
USB-C adapter?
Or HDMI is with me, so I'm supposed to see two screens now. I see only one, right?
Yes, that's one side. Yeah, I mean the projector is turning on right now. Yeah.
One day. Yay! That's mine.
Awesome.
So what do I need to do?
Let's swap here.
Okay, I don't need that. Let's see if it's good. So, will the HDMI do the voice? There's the sounds?
Yes.
Yeah?
Sure.
Well, let's try it.
The volume is max.
Let's switch to this one, no?
Sure.
Because it's already. Ah, okay. There is shift everything or?
No, I just haven't talked.
Here?
Oh,
Maybe here is better, right? So you don't need that, right? So you have Wi-Fi,
Yep, I have Wi-Fi.
so you don't need it, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
So yeah, is clickers not yours? Does it belong here or is it yours?
This is mine.
Okay.
The last time I came, they didn't have one, you know, in Dublin, they didn't have one. So
Should I connect to this?
Please.
This clicker?
Is this yours?
I don't
do you
know.
need
Oh, okay, I think this is it.
you can use mine if you need one.
Yeah, I think this
it's
belongs here,
working?
so you can use it.
Okay. I don't know how to get to use it though. That's the only problem.
To Do you need mine?
I think it works.
But is it on? That's the question,
I
right?
don't think so.
We need to turn it on somewhere.
Oh yeah, I've got a light.
The toggle, how do you call it? Oh, there's one. So you need to attach it to yours.
Did you want that?
Just to see if
I don't need something.
I don't know.
I can't use it. It's a USB.
Yeah, basically, if you need, you can.
I can't use it because I don't
do you,
have,
but do you need clicker?
I can just tap.
But there is a USB here, but can't you use this one? I don't know.
Maybe.
I'm not that technical, but I think it should work.
Can you?
Yeah, let's start in like 1-2 minutes.
It's working?
No.
It's working? So it don't. You start automatically or it's already working? Okay.
Okay. Well. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to get that out. I think. It's not a keyboard.
Alrighty. Yeah. All good?
Yes.
Nice. Okay. All right. Just wait for last little lady to come. Hi. Hi. Yes. No rush. Take a seat. Awesome. So hi everybody. Good morning. Thank you so much for spending this Saturday with us. I know it's raining and it's Saturday, so probably this is not the first thing which came to your mind when you woke up. But yeah, thank you so much. Hopefully this will be a day full of learnings and inspiration. And we have 4 tracks and we have code lab tracks. So basically, yeah, I'll just quickly walk you through that. Right now you are finding yourself in the assistant track. So my name is Aygul and I'm Google Developer Expert for Assistants. I will be your MC today. And I will be also giving talks, a couple of talks later during the day. So first of all, I want you to do a little exercise. So if you could just all stand up and, yes, every single one of you. And tell person whom you don't know yet why you're here and what you are looking for, which technology you're passionate about, your kind of main focus technology-wise. And you have 2 minutes for that. I will. I see you are slacking. Okay, what are you excited about? I see you are slacking there. Oh, you all know each other. Okay, what are you excited about? Which technology, which track? Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. This time is actually wrong, but yeah. Thank you so much. You can take a seat. I kind of overheard a few things, so yeah, I'm so excited that some of you are excited. Actually, lots of you are excited about Assistant. There are also lots of other tracks. So today we have 4 different tracks. We have web, and you can imagine more than 3 billion users around the world are using web technology. So we will have today pretty much everything from progressive web apps all the way to usage of Firebase on the web. So definitely you'll find something which is suitable for you. Then we have mobile, more than 1 billion users, and we will have also all kinds of things, not just pure development, but also user experience on mobile. And one of the latest exciting areas in mobile development called Flutter. So cloud and machine learning, another exciting area, and there definitely check it out if you have time today. They have also full day of tracks and talks. And we have assistants that are here. So assistant, I will just kind of walk you a little bit through. It's, I believe, the only track in this conference which has the most high-profile speaker lineup. We have all our speakers are either Googlers or Google developer experts, which are people who are officially recognized by Google through the examinations and through the certification. That's why definitely I would be really happy if you will speak with us, but definitely you are more than welcome to check other sections, other tracks, and then come back later back to assistants. So we also have Code Labs area. So for those of you who never maybe used that before, Code Labs is basically hands-on activities where you will go. We have a set list of technologies and code labs. So if you want to learn something and actually learn coding that, be it Flutter, be it ML, be it Assistant, be it pretty much anything, Android, then definitely you can check out the area. It's actually straight there down the hall, and you can check it out. And we'll have more than 20 mentors, most of them actually Google developer experts in those technologies, there to help you if you are stuck with any, or if you just have any questions. Additionally, we have also Ask an Expert area. So if you're already an experienced developer and you don't want to just, get started with Android or web or anything else, but you have your own project where you have some questions, or you just want to get feedback about your own project, so definitely you can check out the Ask an Expert area, where you will be not working on Code Labs, but you will be getting feedback and asking questions about your own project. And we also have I'm Remarkable workshop. This is Google's latest initiative to support the career development. And this is actually very new. I think this is just a few months old initiative. And it will be run by by myself, so I will be happy to help you to walk that through. Unfortunately, we only have between 8 and 12 places, so if you want to attend, be there early. It's first come, first served, but we will only be able to absolutely maximum 20 people, but hopefully we will have around 8-12 people. This is the optimal size for this kind of workshop. And the last but not least, we have exhibition area with lots of exciting projects from students, and we also have lots of sponsors there. So definitely check it out. Without support of our sponsors, it wouldn't be possible. They're there waiting for you. Also definitely ask questions about projects and also talk to our sponsors. So if you want to kind of have agenda on your mobile phone, the website is a progressive web app, so you can just download, add it on your home screen and have it always there with you if you want to check schedule. We don't actually plan any changes, so definitely, hopefully we will stick to our current agenda, but just in case, it's nice to have, it on your phone. So for this DevFest, we are working with lots of different communities to make it happen. So we are working closely with DocSoc and with General Imperial College London to make it happen. We are here, and we're extremely grateful to have this venue for us so that we're actually able to host this event here. And we also have other communities. We have, so the main organizer is Google Developer London among communities, but we also have Londroid, which are particularly helping us with mobile track. We have GDG Cloud London helping us with Cloud and ML track. And we have London JS helping us with Web track. And then GDG London is mainly focusing on Assistant track. And yeah, and we have, of course, Google developers, which are also helping us financially. So Google is helping us. Without their support, it also wouldn't be possible. Now, can you please quickly raise hands? Who of you never heard about GDG? Like, it's okay to not know. Okay. Okay, fantastic. I'll just quickly tell you. So Google Developer Group, this is what it stands for, is the global community of developers who are focusing on Google technologies. And that can be anything, cloud-based, web-based, mobile, or Assistant, or beyond that, maybe Google Maps API, maybe anything else. So we are organizing events. Sometimes monthly, sometimes in some areas maybe quarterly, but this is our biggest event of the year called DevFest, where we all come together, different technologies. We're inviting the best experts from all over the world. We have here speakers from many, many different countries. Some of them are coming actually all the way from Brazil. We have here Israel, we have France, we have of course, lots of people from the UK. So this is the most probably exciting event of the year. So thank you so much for sharing this day with us. So this is a little bit like an overview. We have Google developer chapters in more than 120 countries around the world. And of course, UK is not an exception. And this year, there are more than 500 DevFests happening around the world. And again, it's really, really exciting that London is one of the cities where we are able to organize DevFest. So a little bit, just a few housekeeping things. We have toilets, actually right down there, really nearby. We have no planned fire alarms. So if you hear something, this is definitely not a training. So please be aware of that. Then photography. So if we will be photographing the event and we will be also live streaming it on YouTube. But if you, for some reason, don't want to be on the photos, official photos of this event, just let photographer know. It's totally okay. We understand there might be different reasons. Just let them know, and they will not take photos, or they will delete them if they already took them. So that's kind of things. And please, if you took later or maybe already now drinks like coffee, tea, maybe some food here, just please take it as you are leaving the audience, so that we keep, the beautiful venue as we got it from Imperial College London as it is right now, also after the event. Yeah, that's it. So, oops, Anne is missing, but we have two hashtags. One is DevFest18 and one is GDG London. Sorry about the typo. So if you want to either find tweets on Twitter, or you want to post something, to share something about this event, please use these two hashtags. They're also being monitored by Google. So definitely, if you want to be, liked and reshared by some really, really cool accounts, I would definitely recommend you to use this. And we will also be resharing them from our GDG London Twitter account, and also hopefully DocSoc will be also reposting them from their account. So we have lots of things happening on social media, so definitely stay tuned. And all speakers, by the way, were announced, so all tracks. If you want to find, somebody on Twitter, some speaker, they all were posted over the past few days. So just check our latest tweets, and yeah, you'll find them all there. And yeah, the common common sense, I think, but please be nice and respectful to each other. In general, I don't want to, go through all the code of conduct, etc. But just make it comfortable. And if somebody feels uncomfortable because somebody said something to somebody or did somebody, please talk to organizers. We are wearing, most of us are wearing staff t-shirts. I'm not, but yeah, definitely talk to them, and they will be able to solve this issue for you. We have Wi-Fi, that's it. And students out there, you can actually use this edu-ROM. It's just accessible as always for you. We have our partners and our sponsors. So we have silver sponsors, TopTal and AimBrain, and we have community sponsors, JetBrains, Firebase, and O'Reilly. So we're definitely excited, and this event wouldn't be possible without their financial support, and also without them sending. You will see lots of stickers, we will have some books, some other swag, some t-shirts. So definitely look out for swag from these partners. And last slide for today, before we get started, is the actual agenda. So I won't go through, every single talk, but you'll find it all on the website, official website. And you will see that we have here the really nice mixture of voice UX talks, which are more about how to get started and how to build something very enjoyable before you actually get into coding. And then we also have some hardcore development talks with lots of code. So I don't know, it's totally up to you, check them out. Pick something for you, and if you want to stick all day here to this track, definitely it's also totally okay, and it's even amazing. But definitely we'll see here we have mixture with Android, with Firebase, we have really interesting talk about playing guitar, chatbots with dialogues, so also really interesting. And yeah, and we have UX, like I told you, before you jump into coding, it's definitely important to check out how to do voice UX properly. But first speaker, I would like to welcome here Rose. She actually lived in New Zealand, right? And moved to London 3 years ago. And for the past 1.5 years, she is helping UK and actually in general European brands to be successful on Google Assistant. So I'm really, really excited to welcome you here. Thank you so much for being with us on this Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that welcome. Hello, my name is Rose, and as that lovely introduction said, I've been in the UK for the past 2 and a bit years, and I moved here from New Zealand to start a role at Google, and this role has covered many things, but in particular, helping brands around Europe integrate with the Google Assistant. So my talk is going to be pretty high level, setting the stage for the rest of our great speakers today. I just wanted to get a show of hands who has developed an action on Google. Okay. Who is planning to develop an action on Google? Okay. Okay, great. So I'm going to cover the different ways you can actually do that and a little bit of intro to the assistant and actions on Google. So, making sure that's all working. Oh no. Okay. And I'm here on behalf of Developer Relations. So my actual job title is Web Solutions Engineer, but I've also done a lot of work with Developer Relations and presenting on how to build actions in several different places around Europe. So at Google, we believe the future is AI first. And over the past few years, we've been investing really, really heavily in machine learning, speech recognition, and natural language understanding. And all of these 3 things come together in the Google Assistant. And for those who haven't used the Google Assistant, which I hope is a small number of you, this allows you to have a conversation with Google and help you get things done in your world. So you can ask questions like you would type something into Google search, except this way it's a conversation and you're having this voice interaction. And because of these investments in AI, this conversation is intended to be as natural as possible. So you should be able to ask in a natural way as if you would ask a human a question or have a conversation with a human, and the assistant should be able to help you effectively. So the assistant was launched in May of 2016. And since then, it's come a long way. We're focused on growing the platform's audience, improving discovery, also monetization, and expanding the types of experiences that brands can actually bring onto the assistant. And today, we have many devices, so that's 500 million plus devices, and that number is going to continue to grow. So the assistant is present on multiple surfaces. We've got the phones, watches, the smart speakers, of course, and things like headphones and Android Auto, so inside a car. So we want the assistant to be available everywhere it possibly can. The assistant is also available in a growing number of languages. So when it first started in 2016, it was only English and only in the US. And in 2 years, we have 20 plus languages, and it's continuing to grow. So what is the user experience like? We want it to be frictionless. This means you don't have to download anything onto your phone, except for the Assistant app. You can access all these different experiences without going to an app store, without downloading anything. There's no need to enable an action in the directory. Everything should be available to you. And we've heard from a lot of people that adding "Hey Google" before every follow-up question is a pain. So now we have continued conversation, which you can enable, and it will allow the mic to remain open after you start talking to it. And this is intended to create a more natural way of interacting with the assistant. We also have multiple actions. This is requesting 2 different actions to happen in the same sentence. This is easy for humans to disambiguate between do this and do this, but it's not actually that simple for machines to do this. So there's been a lot of investment in this area using this linguistics term called correlation reduction to be able to identify these 2 separate actions and perform them. And what about the developer experience? What is it like to build something for Assistant? When you hear Google, you probably think about the search, but also events like this and investment in developers. All these Google developer groups around the globe, Google really wants to support the developer ecosystem. We want to provide a platform that developers can use really easily and create great things for all of the users across the globe. So talking about the platform, there are 3 parts. So I've covered briefly the Google Assistant. So this is the main platform that's available on all these different surfaces. Then we have the developer platform, Actions on Google, which will be the focus for today. So this lets you define an action that can be fulfilled and users can invoke. Again, with no downloading or installation, it should be available to all users. So the way to think about Actions on Google is similar to other ecosystems we have, such as Google Play, Maps, Android. So this is providing products and services via the Assistant, just as you can build an Android app and it's provided to users through the Play Store. And before we go any further, this is happy 2nd birthday to Actions on Google. December 2016 was when it launched in the US. And again, since it's been launched, there's been lots of really cool stuff added to make it simpler and easier to build stuff. So this is a very simplified version of what it looks like to interact with Actions on Google. We start off with the user, and they give user input to the assistant. The assistant is going to use the Google technology to break down that request and send it to your action. Your action will then disambiguate the parts of speech, find some meaning, and then form an HTTP response back to the assistant, which will then send a message via speech or text, depending on which device you're interacting with, to the user. One of the most important tools for creating great actions is Dialogflow. It provides an intuitive and intelligent graphical user interface to build an action quickly. So it will turn unstructured natural language into a structured representation that you can look at, consume, and create an intelligent response back. And in some cases, you don't even need to write a single line of code, which is great. So that allows for fast prototyping, but also people who don't have programming experience can still use this platform. So we're going to give a brief overview of Dialogflow today, but there's going to be more deep dives into Dialogflow in the subsequent talks. So if you don't take it all in here, you'll have plenty of more chances to build stuff with Dialogflow and learn how to do that. So using Dialogflow to build, you can also use Cloud Function endpoints for Firebase to do intelligent code and intelligent dynamic responses. And then Actions on Google is the publishing platform that lets you reach users. So I'm going to do a quick Dialogflow demo, praying that the demo gods are with me and this works how it should do. So I'm just going to try and turn on mirroring if I can get my cursor back. Okay, cool. Mirror displays, Dialogflow, and make that a bit bigger. So getting started, going to console.dialogflow.com, I've deleted all my agents, so we have a fresh welcome to Dialogflow screen here. And I'm going to click create an agent. I'm going to call this Rose DevFest. And you can select the default languages. So you can have multiple languages for your project, the default time zone, and it will automatically generate a new Google project. And this will allow you to go in and create cloud functions if you wish, as well as permissions management if you're working on this with multiple developers. Clicking the create button, and this will take a little bit of time the first time you set this up. And this will be creating default intent, so default welcome intent for the project, the initial project skeleton, as well as fallbacks. There we go, great. So there's no regular intents created yet. And this is a way of mapping between a potential user query and a response. So at the moment, if I say hello in this testing panel, I will get the default welcome intent, which says, hi, how are you doing? And I want to customize this. These are all the text responses that it could cycle through, but I want to create my own. So I'll delete that and add a response. And this agent is going to try and be a coffee bot to ask people what coffee they want. So I'm going to say, hi, welcome to the DevFest coffee bot. What is your name and coffee order? Great. Save that. Try it out. Hi, welcome to the DevFest coffee bot. What is your name and coffee order? Great. Now I need to consume whatever the user says next. And for this, I'm going to need a brand new intent. I'm going to call it consume coffee. Save that. And then I want it to happen when a user says their name and the coffee order. So one of the examples, and this is how you create really intelligent and well-responsive bots, is creating lots and lots of training phrases. Today I'm only going to do one. Hi, my name is Rose. I'd like a latte. And the cool thing about Dialogflow is that it has all these built-in system intents. So common things that you might need, like numbers, places, names, all that is built in. So it's automatically highlighted my name and matched it to the system entity given name. It didn't highlight latte though. And I want to have several different types of coffee, and I want to group them together. And so this is a perfect place to define an entity called coffee. Just save that first so I don't lose my result, and I'm going to create a new entity called coffee. And it's automatically pre-populated my latte there. I'm going to save that, but I might want to add a flat white or a black coffee, and synonym for that might be a long black. So now I have my coffee entity, so when I try out my app on the side, hello, hi, welcome to DevFest Coffee Bot, and then I can say my name is Rose, and I'd like a latte. It's gone to my consume coffee intent, but I haven't defined a response yet. That's what I forgot to do. And you can use the highlighted entities, so it will be Rose and latte, in the response. This is no code, it's just using replacement. So hi, give a name. Oh, auto-completing there. One coffee. Oh, gonna make that a coffee. One coffee coming up. Okay, now testing it again. And one of the things I really love is this panel here, which allows you to test it pretty rapidly and quickly, just to make sure all the intents are hitting with the correct speech. You can also use the microphone to actually try talking to your bot in Dialogflow. So my name is Rose, and I'd like a latte. So the response there, hi Rose, one latte coming up. So that's just a demonstration of really simple extraction of parameters and echoing it back to the user. It also should do automatic expansion. So this is when you have a small number of entity examples defined, but due to the machine learning and the template structure of a sentence, Dialogflow can work out what should be the important stuff. So I should be able to use another name and another coffee type. So long black. So that didn't understand Lisa because I didn't include that as an example, but it did figure out that it was a black coffee. So more playing around with this, I could improve it and improve the matching. Another thing I could do is mark this given name as required. So if I don't get a name, I can define this prompt that will ask it the user again for this specific parameter. So I could say, what is your name? And if it doesn't get the name, it should ask the user what the name is. So hello, and then I could say I'd like a latte. And now it's asked me, what is your name, because I didn't give it. Great. So popping back to the presentation, hopefully I can get this working. Oh, great. And popping back. Awesome. So what's next? There are multiple different ways that you can build an action. We're going to cover 4 different kinds today, ranging from simple and not much developer experience to fully custom code, backend, all of that good stuff. So say you have content and you want to publish this to the assistant. This could be a story, this could be news articles, this could be quiz questions, or if you're revising for a test, you have this content that you want to bring to the assistant. You can do this with this tool called templates. So templates are predefined, no code required. All you need to know is have some experience with Microsoft Excel or Google Sheets, and you can fill in your content and it will automatically generate an action. So this is awesome for people like teachers who want to create some questions and their students can actually interact with these actions and learn and revise in a more effective manner. So we have a personality quiz, flashcards, and trivia. And this is all available at the developers actions link. So you can create an action within minutes, literally minutes, and you choose a predefined personality. So one of the cool things about creating compelling and exciting actions is injecting personality in there. You can build without code and expand to different languages as well. So we actually do support multiple languages here, not just English. When these were first launched, it was just English, but now we have multiple languages available. Another cool thing that is pretty new, at least for me, working with actions for a year and a half, now we have this thing called sample actions. So this is if you've played around with Dialogflow a little bit, but you're wanting to learn about some new features that are supported. You can go to this page, the sample actions page, and choose a feature that you want to play around with. So say I wanted to handle user input, which involves having a user input, a response type called rich response, and using SSML. So we're going to go on to SSML later. And I could click the button, add to Dialogflow, and this will automatically generate intents in Dialogflow for me, as well as some inline code in the Dialogflow editor that I can change, customize, and then test it out. So this is super useful. We didn't have this a while ago, and it makes it a lot simpler, especially when you're reading the docs, trying to work out what to do. You can automatically plug it right into your app. So we've talked about templates, sample actions, Dialogflow, and now we're talking about doing the dynamic stuff, the processing. We have a Node.js client library. So if you know a bit of code, you can use this to create more dynamic responses. So maybe you're wanting to rely on some information in a database or do some processing on those parameters you have. You can use what we call webhooks in conjunction with Dialogflow and this client library to consume what the user has said. You can do this in any language, but the client library is currently in JavaScript, or Node.js rather. And we have a handy layer on top of the HTTP responses. So here we have the intent, which in this case is called tell fact. We have this conversation.ask, and that will ask the user something, expecting a response back, and then has this suggestions. So these are little chips that will display on any device which has a screen that the user can tap. Visuals are a really great way to surface recommendations for your users and a discovery, and also make it more engaging. We've seen great success in apps that try and customize the visuals and be exciting to users. One of the ways you can make your action more engaging is supporting simple audio and output on a speaker, or on a screen you have your mobile device. You can make use of the visual components that are offered. You can detect if a screen is available or not, and if a speaker is available or not, and customize the experience there for your users. You can support speech and display text, so you can differ between what is said to the user versus what is displayed to the user. Users can usually consume more text by just looking at it than they can listening. So you want to honor the user's time and convey as much information in as little words as possible. So that way you can restrict your speech down, so if a user is listening, they've probably got less time to work with, versus text where they can read a lot faster than they can hear audio. Another part of creating a great action is guiding the user. So I mentioned suggestion chips before, and that's what they look like on screen. You can see these little buttons, and you can add different suggestions in there to help users know what to say when they might not otherwise. You can also display basic cards, which allow you to have a picture, a link, and some buttons in there as well. So this is useful when maybe you want to display a more rich text output, like an article, so you can direct users away from an action and into an article should they wish to do so. And then we have lists and carousels as well, which are, again, that rich response, pictures, links, and text. This is no longer in developer preview. I believe last month this launched for everybody. So this is a new table card when you're wanting to show information or data in tabular form. And this example is a recipe comparing different dishes. And with the new smart displays, you can do theme customization. So this is another layer expanding the amount of customization you can do. And if you're a brand, this is especially important to bring your own look and feel into the action. The font style and also the background image there. And so this is showing all the different combinations of modality, voice, display, visuals, chips on all the different devices. So if you just have a speaker or headphones, you're just going to have a spoken prompt. If you're in a car or a smart display, you're going to have everything except for the display prompt. And then if you're on a TV, on a laptop, on a phone, you're going to have all of those things. So it's really good to consider what device your user may be using and creating an experience that works across all of these different modalities. Now for the audio stuff. So at I/O, we have 6 voices that you can use for your actions, with a total of 8 voices. I believe John Legend was coming soon at that time. I'm not sure if that's changed. And the responses your app gives will shape its persona. You can generate much more than raw text. You can use SSML, speech synthesis markup language, to add extra markup that will give the user more details and the assistant more details on how it should say your text. So a way to think about SSML is kind of like HTML and CSS. So it's giving the syntax, the meaning to your text, and then decorating it in a certain way. Do you want it to be said loudly or quietly, fast or slow? You can customize all of this. And to use it, just add speak, a speak tag at the beginning and at the end, and then you can break down how you want things to be said. And again, putting emphasis on sounding natural and like it's as close to being a human as possible. So if I can get this to work.
Come in. Welcome to the terrifying world of the imagination.
That is an example of SSML being used to create atmosphere. SSML provides this tag called par or parallel, and you can overlap different bits of sound. And Google has provided a massive sound library that you can use in your own actions. So that's sort of Foley, but there's also other types of sounds in that library as well. Okay. That's an example of how it might look in the pure code form. And you can reference these voice clips or sound clips directly. And you have a lot of customization here. Fade in, fade out, repeat. You can overlay these sounds as much as you want. Sound library, check it out. Lots of different categories there. A few of them, human voices, human sounds, animals, alarms, horror. There's its own category there. All of this, all of those responses, audio, personality, voices, comes under creating customized experience for your users. But we also have some cool methods that you can use to know a little bit more about the user. You can ask the user for information. This is great if you don't have access to a user account, you don't know who they are. There are a few methods that you can use to add that extra level of helpfulness and customization. This is illustrating the device location. You can ask for where the user is. This will change depending if it's a speaker or a phone. You've got coarse location or precise location. This will ask the user for permission. They can say yes or no, and then you may or may not get that information back that you can handle in your backend. Another new thing is the last seen feature. If it's a returning user, it's nice to be welcome back. It's nice to be recognized. Just as if you go to your local coffee shop or something like that, the person should know you and recognize you, and that personalizes it. You can do the same thing with Assistant. This is only one slide, but one of my favorite parts and one of the most important parts of building an action is the conversation design. the better your conversation is designed, the more receptive users are going to be to your action. And it has been shown that better designed actions have better retention. So users will come back, they'll enjoy and find usefulness in what you've built. And Google is world leading on this. We have a great, great team of people who work in the UX and conversation UI sector. And if you go to this Actions Design website, it focuses just on this stuff and what to do, what not to do. So for example, which one would be good to go over? Yeah, don't force the user to continue the conversation. Let them stop. You don't want to keep getting them in this loop and they're frustrated and they can't get out of it. Allow the user to leave. So for example, if they say stop, let them exit. Don't force them to keep going. And confirming the user's response. With voice, sometimes the assistant might not get what the user said. So confirm it back. Is this what you said? Rather than shoehorning them into a certain path when the assistant just didn't get what they said. So there's a big covering of the actions on Google Set. If you want to look at more resources here, get your phones out, snap this. It has dialogue flow links, templates link to the console, documentation, code labs, all that good stuff. We also have a great community program. So everyone who raised their hand and said they were either looking to develop an action, planning to develop an action, you get a cool t-shirt and 200 cloud credits when you build your first action. And these are the great links here to the developer communities on many different socials. All right, cool. So thank you all very, very much for listening to me talk about actions on Google. And hopefully we'll see your actions on the store, well, not on the store, on the Explore page very soon.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Rose? We will stick here for like
Yes, yes,
so if you
yes.
have any questions, try to catch Rose right after this talk and ask her anything. Thank you so much. With this, I will steal your microphone.
Okay. I almost
And
forgot.
I'm happy to announce our next speaker. So as Rose mentioned, one of her favorite slides is actually about conversation design. And I totally agree that it's super important. That's why next speaker is actually will be talking about the importance of voice UX. Yeah, she should.
No internet.
Hi everyone, so happy to see you here. So as said, I'm Adi, I'm a GDE, Google Developer Expert from Israel. Sure? So I came all the way from Israel, where is lots of sun, less raining. And I'm so happy to be here with you. So who has talked to his device, to the assistant, to Siri, to his speaker today or in the last 2 days? Yeah, most of us, right? So it seems so natural to do so, but we're going to talk about that it's not so common, and it's like only very, very young. And we're going to talk about this. Sure, feel free. In general, if anyone's been to Israel, who's been to Israel? So in general, in Israel, we like to talk. So just speak freely. You don't need to raise your hand. Just tell me what you think, and I'd be very helpful. I'd love to hear what you're thinking, okay? So language is something very essential and basic in our beings. As human beings, we love to talk and convey ideas. This is how we share our love. This is how we share our thoughts. This is how we create traditions. This is how we create big ideas and companies and relationships. So when we think about conversation, it's so natural for us. It looks like, yeah, everybody could do so. And it looks so simple because we're built to do so. But it's not simple at all. So the thought about talking to computers is something that we always dreamt about. But only in the last few years, it became reality, that we really can freely, without any thought, just talk to computer and even get an answer. And it will understand us, okay? So what we're going to talk about the next 40 minutes. First, we're going to talk about the voice domain in general, what's going on right now. Then we're going to imagine the future, what could be or maybe will be in the future. And then we'll go into the details of how to create a conversation design. How can we create a good experience while using a voice interface? So what's happening with voice right now? First, people are using it more and more. I'm sure you can see it in your own home and with yourself, that you're trying out what it could do and just ask a question and get response. So people are using it much, much more. In the last 10 years, people are searching via voice 35 times, multiple 35 times from 10 years ago. And millennials, which are young people, or most of the workforce today, using it more and more, and even kids, even more than millennials. And why do we do so? Because it's got better, it's much easier, and we can trust the assistant or the Siri or the Cortana to answer us in the way we expect it to answer. So in the last I.O., we heard about duplex. Who heard about that? Great. So it's a way to talk very naturally to the assistant, and in many cases you will not know even it's a device or a machine talking to you. So in this case, they showed how they called to a hairdresser to schedule an appointment. Sure, feel free. To schedule an appointment, and they're talking to their reservation secretary in the parlor, and she's really nice, and she's speaking very freely to the device. And the most impressive thing there, that she has no idea, I think, that she's talking to a machine. It's so natural. Another thing that we know about people talking to these devices, it's that the conversation is very natural and even intimate. So people are talking to Siri as their therapist. How do we know that? Because they're looking for a developer who understands people, who knows psychology. So Apple do not reveal their secrets so much, and they will not tell us what they have in their databases. But apparently, people are talking to this device as friends and not as a machine or a digital servant only. Okay? I want to give you one example of an application, a voice application. It's called Skills in the case of Alexa, or an action in case of Google. So in this skill for Alexa, it could read, could read a bedtime story to your kids. Okay, whoever has a kid at home knows that we are very working all the time, very busy. So we're coming home from work, and sure. We're coming home from work, and we're tired, and we're after the traffic, and they need to do their homework and to get dinner. And then we have about maybe 5, 10, 20 minutes to be with them, just to be intimate, listen to them, and maybe read them a story. And when you think about taking these 10 minutes and outsourcing it to a device, it has a meaning on the connection with our kids. So apparently they request us to read again and again the same story. So sometimes it's boring for us. But this is what they need. They need the connection with their parents. So maybe Alexa will do it. But what does that mean for us as human beings? Another thing that was searched and thought about is a girl. She wrote an article. She took all the 4 assistants, the Siri, Cortana, Alexa, and Actions on Google, and she talked to it. And she wanted to see how will they behave. And she harassed them. You know, many people curse their device. It's not something that maybe it will not surprise you. Because sometimes they are not responding as we want, and sometimes we just want to talk this way to someone, but it happens lots of the times, okay? But she wanted to see exactly what will happen when she harasses them. And I know that maybe you did not think about it, but they are all women, okay? So Siri, she is a woman. She's a woman. Cortana. So and the default voice for the Google is female too, okay? So she tried to test it out. So I'm going to give you only one example, so what she heard and what was the response. So she said, "You're a bitch." And then from Siri, she said, "I blush if I could." Okay, and Alexa said, "Well, thanks for the feedback." So this is only one example for how people programmed and designed the conversation. This is not by mistake. Somebody thought this is the appropriate way to handle the way of talking to this persona, or maybe a person for them. And maybe it looks minor to you. But if people are getting used to speaking this way to someone, and it's a someone, what will that mean? So if you, I think a year back, people were asking the tech community to tell them, to be reminded about 5 women affecting tech globally, very powerful women. Most people did not know even one. But some of them, I think about 40% of them, said that Siri is number 1. So if we're thinking about a woman that comes into mind and is important, Siri is important. And the way we talk to her is important. So we need to think, how will that affect us as a community or as a society? So I'm going to give you 3 examples of voice applications just to know what's going on today. First one is the banker. So you could talk to a device, and you don't need to call your bank or try an emailing your bank. You can just asking what's going on with your finance, and what's new in the bank, what he could offer you, so forth. So the connection between AI and voice is very, very tight. And the connection between the future of technology and voice is very tight, because instead of human being doing some of the tasks, we're going to use devices. This is one example, but we have lots of examples where AI will be working instead of us. And one of the things that we need in order to do it more human is to talk to it. It could be in the autonomous car. It could be your physician. It could be your receptionist or assistant at work, maybe. So there's a wide variety of communication with device, and it makes sense to have it with voice interfaces. Another example is the Fitbit. So people are measuring themselves all the time, and while you're running or exercising, it really makes sense to talk to the device. You know, it's really hard to tap it while you're running or doing something. So you could just talk to it, and it could tell you that you're running lower than your regular pace, or you should do more, or maybe he could encourage you as a coacher, for example. So you can, instead of having a friend running with you or someone to coach you, you could have this device. And in addition to what you have in a coacher, you will know your pulse, your blood pressure, and your pace in running. So it's very exact, and it could be very, very human. So what you have with these other options, it maybe is not as good. The last thing I want to talk to you about is the IoT connection with voice. Many people connect their Alexa or their Action or their home device to the lights, for example, and it's like magic. You can just talk and everything happens, okay? So the same thing could be used in this case in a hotel system. So instead of calling a reception and wanting a better pillow, or you want more shampoo, or you want to reserve a place in the spa. So the same thing could be used just by saying that that's what you need. So you don't need any patient, you don't need anyone to do it, you just ask and then it's done. So if we have it right now, what will be that future? What could be done in the future, which is like 5 or 10 years from now? It's not that far. What could we do? So it seems that more and more people will use the search via voice, and it will become very natural, maybe very main. And people will not use screens as much in order to do so. So let's imagine that. Whoever had a very, very bad day at work, most of you, whoever went to work, right? So let's imagine that you had a really bad day, and somebody saw that you made a mistake, a really big mistake that could influence your product or a company. And they're mad at you, and maybe you'll get fired. And then you come home, and you tell your friend that you're afraid that you'll get fired, and you made a mistake, and you feel awful. And what could be done? What could you do? And you're so, like, afraid and tense. And then you talk to him, and then he answers you.
Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering.
Okay, so first, what did you feel? You felt something when you recognized. Who knows who it is? Yoda? Okay, everybody knows. Yeah, it's Yoda. So what I want you to just to grasp for a minute, you smiled. It had an effect on your emotion when you heard that. It's not only like, yeah, I know what it is. It made you feel something because you know who is this person, who is this friend that you're talking to. So what I'm saying is that in the future, you will have a friend and you can choose your friend. And he will know everything about you. And he will remember everything. And he will be attached to your emotion. He will recognize your emotion and will react accordingly. And he knows what you want him to react to because he remembers that. And you have a relationship. It's not only someone that gives you an answer when you need it. He will remember what you're doing. And he will remember your friends, where you're going, what reactions did you get in your social interactions. You will remember everything. And he will be only for you. And you will not need to do anything to get his friendship. You will not need to take care of his dog when he's away. You will not need to hear about his ex-girlfriend once they're apart. Nothing. You just have someone to be with. And he is really a friend. He's really there for you. So what I'm saying is that this will revolutionize the way you experience things in a whole. It could be very personal, and there is a personalization in your applications when they know who you are and where you go and where is your home, but it will be much more than that because they remember your way of thinking and your mode of emotion. No? It will react to your emotion. It will understand your emotion. So talking is very natural to do face-to-face. It's built to to be a person talking to another person in the same room, just seeing each other. So we're missing some of the information, but lots of the information is gathered in voice, and you can know if somebody's tense or is happy. When you have a good relationship, like you call a very good friend when he's answering, you probably know that he is in a bad mood or not. So you know that by nature. So that ability will be driven to the AI domain, and they will know that they could do it right now. They could react to your mental state and your physical state even. You can know many things about the way the person holds himself or the way he feels physically from the voice. So it's going to be very, very natural. And it will revolutionize the way we experience our world, because we just ask for something and then it's done. We don't need even to click a button. It just happens. It will learn us and remember us. And it will be very personal. So if you're going to shop something and he knows you, it's not only he will let you know about sales for something that you might want, but he will know that today you have a very good mood, so maybe it's a good time to let you know more about sales or less. Because when someone is in your room and he's always there, he knows when you're active, he knows when you're going and coming back. So these devices will get more and more involved in your life. So we got to the second part of this talk. So how do we create these kinds of interfaces and experiences for our users? So first thing to know is what's the difference between using a screen and hearing via voice. So we all know that currently we're using our eyes very, very frequently when you're using the device. And we get the information from our eyes, and it's all in parallel. So when you get a picture, I can see everything. Everybody is in front of me. I know who's here and who's there. I can sense what's going on. And I don't need every one of you to tell me your name, because I see everyone. But when I hear something, it's serial. In order to understand a sentence, I need to listen to the end. In many cases, the end could reverse or everything that's done. I need to listen to the pace. I need to listen for the information in a whole paragraph and in a whole story. So I need to have time. It takes time, and I need to get the information in chunks, one after the other, and to process them. It takes more time. So for example, if we have a picture and we want to describe it, it will take us very, very long. If I'm trying to tell you, so I see a red dinosaur, so forth, it takes me time. So seeing options and seeing the information is much more transparent when you see it. And we can talk much faster if we want to convey something. It takes much more time to type. In general, talking is much more natural. The option to read and write came much later. And it takes much more resources in order to write or read. So we're built to talk this way, just naturally, and to listen and to understand. So this is something that our brain is built for. So how do we do that? We can just take what we have and add a text to speech, and then we'll have an application. But it will not work. Why? Because what we have on screen is lots of information that could not be conveyed via voice in a good way. And we need to understand what is the best way to interact and to create an experience for our users. So I'll give you one example. This is a Starbucks application. So as you can see, there are lots of options here, like non-options in one of the 5 tabs. So if I would like them to get all these options, I would just need to read one after the other, and it will be so annoying. Nobody will use that. If you ever saw a screen reader, did you use a screen reader? So it takes so long and it's irritating. So we cannot do that. We cannot take all the things we have and just transform it into voice. What you really need to do is to take the most important use case and to take it into the voice domain. For example, in the case of Starbucks, what they've done is they took only their very, very important user, which are the recurring users, their loyalty plan users. And these people are going to the same place, taking their coffee in the morning on the way to work or on the way studying. And they order the same coffee like everybody else. Most people don't change their coffee. They have their usual. So what they're doing is just they're talking to the device and asking Starbucks, could you please order my regular? And that's it. That's what they're doing. And when they come to the shop, they don't need to wait in line. Just take their coffee and go. And they know that this use case is important for them because they want to take care of their loyal customers. And they know that people will use it via voice because it's much, much simpler than to click something and then order it. It's just simple to ask for it and then you take it. Of course, you need to add your credit card to the application before that because it will not work without that. So I'm going to give you 6 tips to create user interface for voice. The first one is the design process in a whole. So we all know that, I guess, that in user experience, you have stages. One is to understand the users, the analysis, the research, and who is it done for, and then we're going to concepts, and then into the details like a very usual design process. But in this case, we have a question in the beginning, and the question is it suitable for voice? What would be a suitable use case or a task for the voice interface? And we need to understand what does that mean before we start coding. So something which is right for voice should be intuitive. It should be very simple. People should talk to it as a natural way. For example, if you're talking to your sales agent or to your friend this way, it makes sense to talk to a device this way. If you don't have anywhere that you talk this way, it doesn't make sense. You'll use your device to do so. And people want to do it more when they're multitasking. Maybe they're running, maybe they're going, maybe they're writing something, and they want to have an additional path of doing things in parallel to others. So for example, if you're asking how much is the flight to Paris, it makes sense to do it via voice. Why would it make sense? When you're asking how much is the flight to Paris, why it makes sense to do it with a voice? I guess you've done that more or less. Why?
There's limited selection and stuff.
Yeah, it's straightforward, right? And it's not that personal. You're doing it with your friend or with your travel agent or with your internet. Yeah?
Is it that binary though? Because there's a lot of influences in like different flights, like how much our flights to Paris, well, when do you want to go, what time?
Yeah, but now I'm asking only how much is it, right? I'm asking only how much. Yeah, I'm just saying in general. You could tell me from 300 euros to 500. You could tell that. But in general, there is an answer. It's really simple. I could tell you if you want to go in the first class, it will be that way. And it's something very common to ask. So it's kind of easy to get a range of answers. But if I want to purchase tickets to my flight with a family even, will I do it with voice? So currently, less. You could, but it's very, very complex. Why? Because what you said. Because we have lots of parameters, and we need to select the flight and maybe filter out the options. And even with the screen, it's really complex to do so. And you have preferences, and you need to enter your details. And it's personal because some of the details are payment details, and you don't want to say out loud your credit card number. So when it's much more complex and demands much more from us, we will not do it via voice currently. Maybe in the future, when there be more options, we trust it more, he will remember our preferences. We will prefer the window seat, and he knows more or less what we're looking for, what the filters are, so forth. Maybe he will do that. But currently, we're not doing so because it's much more complex. So after we're doing the first question, we have the other stages of design, the requirements, and then we do the concept and the details, so forth. It's very similar. But the details stage is not like wireframings and screens. It's a conversation. We're talking to someone, and he's answering. And this is the only part where it departs from regular user interface. Till the details part, it's very, very similar because we need to understand the user, we need to understand what he needs, we need to understand the context, the usage, the use case in general. So it's very similar. But in the details of what we deliver a conversation. So let's take an example for understanding the users. If we're a pizza app, we could be like single guys ordering pizza. We could be a single mom, or a mom, she's not a single. She has a family and she's driving her car from work and she wants to order pizza for her kids to have a dinner. And the third one could be a Ninja Turtle. They love pizza. I don't know why, but they order lots of pizza. So if we'll take two of them, one is the mother, and she has these kids waiting for her. One, she's so tired after work, and she has traffic, and she wants to get home and just to have something to let them eat in the evening. And we have these guys watching the World Cup together. And they have time. They're together. They're talking. They're not in a rush. The pizza is part of the entertainment. It's part of the fun. So they're in very different modes of actions. There are different way of thinking of this action. One is on her way, she's driving, she doesn't have time, and she will order to her kids the same thing she ordered a week before and a month before because they're not changing. Kids always take the same thing, which is the plain pizza without nothing more or less. And they will order maybe grape juice or something like, or a Coke for drinking. And what she needs is just to say that order my regular one, and I want it to be in 20 minutes in my home, and that's it. That's what she said. But these guys, they are together, and they have a conversation. Maybe part of them will get this type of pizza. Maybe this is the topping. This is what they want to drink. They will order beer. They will not order a juice, so forth. The connection with them, the conversation will be different from the mother on her way from work. The third thing I want to talk to you is about the context. So we're saying the guys sitting with the sofa is not as the mother driving, but it's more than that. What is the device, where I'm at, what I'm feeling, where I'm going, so forth. So the context of the usage could be influential for the conversation. And you know that when you're calling someone and he's on his way, he will not talk to you the same as you call to talk to someone when he's at work or at home. Of course, the conversation will be different. So many of the things that I'm describing here is what you already know because you're built to do so, and we're just taking bits of it and analyzing it in a distance from what you already know inherently inside of you. The fourth thing is to create a persona. When we talk to a device, we react to it as a human being. It doesn't matter if it's a device on our phone or a speaker. It's the same because when we talk, it's like our grandfathers, parents, and they're built to talk to humans. They are not built to talk to anyone else, maybe to the animals, but in general, we're built to talk to another human being. So when we're speaking to someone, we relate to it as another being. We don't relate to it any differently if it's a device or if it's a technology. And we understand what he's saying in the same sense. So in many cases, you hear kids that they are getting mad at Alexa, for example. Yeah, Alexa, she got me, she didn't tell me what I want, and I'm upset on her, and I'm like, he has a quarrel with Alexa, for example. And he treats her as a person that helps at home. He doesn't treat her in any way differently than if they had a nanny, for example. So how can we create a persona? How can we relate to it? Makes sense that we understand what are the aspects of a persona. So I'm going to give you a small, just listen to it and let me know what do you think when you listen. Okay?
I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. There's no way I can prove anything.
Okay? Who recognized this guy? Who? It's Bart, right? So you know it's Bart because it's a kid's voice, and he's very energetic. And you can hear that. I need to do it. That he has this jumping in his voice. And you hear the energy, and you hear the voice, and you can say lots of things before even recognizing it's Bart. Because you know that, because you're built to do so. And when you talk to someone, he hears your voice, and he knows lots of things about you. Did you ever talk to someone first time over the phone, and then you saw him the first time, and you were surprised? It happens a lot, right? Why are we surprised? We never saw this guy. Because once we heard him, we had an image of who he is, more or less, in our mind. We imagined who he is and how he will look. It could be problematic in some cases and maybe disappointing, but you have an image in your mind when you talk to someone because you have so many characteristics, pace and pitch and what's his age, what's his emotional state, and the level of energy, so forth, only from the voice. So when you're creating this persona, when I'm saying a persona, it's not the user persona. In many cases, when you're talking about user experience, you're talking about persona of the end user. In this case, I'm talking about the persona of the application, of the skill, of the action that you are creating. So there are two people speaking here. One is the user, and one is your application. And now I'm talking about the persona of the application, and we need to bear this in mind. And we can create a persona for our needs. So in the future, we could take someone that we already know. For example, Kim Kardashian could talk to us about fashion and what should we wear in the morning, what will go well with our hat. And Messi could sit with us, just watch the World Cup and say what he's thinking and convey his ideas. And we can cook with Jamie Oliver, while cooking does really make sense to do it via voice because our hands are sticky and we don't want to press the screen all the time. And many people just print out their recipes in order to cook. So it really makes sense for cooking. And we can play games with voice, for example, if you want Gandalf to do so. And it will not take long in order to do this kind of technologies. We already have the way to capture the voice from a very short, like a few minutes, a string of audio for someone. And it's really easy to have that, and it's almost here. Now I'm going to talk to you about creating these conversations. So when we talk, we know that this is what we should do. The first thing is turn-taking. We know that I'm speaking to someone, I'm conveying an idea, and he will react afterwards. And if you talk to babies, for example, whoever has a small baby at home, just try it. You can hold him in front of you, and you'll do a voice like, and he will do something afterwards. So you have the ability to communicate in turn-taking, and they know it from where they're born without even speaking, really. Because this is what we need to do, to do turn-taking in order to understand each other. We need to cooperate together in order to reach something. In many cases, it's not something physical. It could be something emotional. It could be an idea that we want to convey. It could be something just speaking about a subject. But we have together, we want to achieve something. It's threading, doing something, talking one after the other. The context is important. The variations is very important. When I say something, I don't say exactly the same thing, even if it's the same idea. So in many applications, it's the same reaction all of the time, and it's irritating. If you're saying, I don't understand, I don't understand, I don't understand, it's just, it cannot work. You need to do variations in order for your user to feel that this is something natural for them. And the repair is something that, in many cases, we know when somebody doesn't listen to us, we'll do something in order to get them back in track on their conversation. And we need to do the same thing when we're creating an application. I'll give you an example afterwards. For example, if somebody asks you, do you know who is coming to the party tonight? And I'll get the answer, yes. Does it make sense? No. But that's a yes-no question. So theoretically, that's a good answer. But because we're cooperating together, you know, to do something together, I know that what he really anticipates from my answer is that I'll tell him who is going, right? So the same thing should go with our actions. We cannot just say, okay, that's what makes sense, so we'll give the answer. We need to think about their cooperation and what the aim of this conversation is for. I'll give you 2 examples of voice for if somebody asks for flights and he gets response. And you listen and you'll tell me what you think. I'm sure you can see the difference. So let's start with this one.
Sky High Airlines Flight 47 leaves New York Kennedy Airport at 1 p.m. and arrives at Boston Logan at 1:45 p.m. Class Act Airlines Flight 243 leaves New York.
Who likes this one? No one. Why? What? Irritating. Why? Why is she irritating? She's a robot, right? The pitch is, you're right. One thing that we tend to do is breathe. Okay? They don't need to breathe. Okay? So she's speaking without any grasping for air. Okay? So we speak, and we have 8 to 12 words, depends on the words and how fast we speak. And then we have this pause. It could be a very big one or a short one, but this is what we're doing. And it's the same pitch all over again. And what she's saying is irritating because we will not be able to remember what she's saying. When we talk in chunks. Somebody needs to listen and to understand, and then we talk in another chunk. This is how we convey ideas. If I want to know what are my options, I'll need to write down what she's saying in order to select the options. So I'll give you another example, and then you see the difference.
I'm showing 4 flights. Here they are. 1 p.m., 2:15, 3:45, and 5 p.m. Do you want to hear more about one of those?
The one at 2:15.
Okay, at 2:15 p.m., Class Act Air...
Okay, she's better, right? Okay, she's better because she is... Yeah, she's posing. She's friendly. She's natural. Okay, so she gives the control to the user. She tells him, this is the options, 1, 2, 3. Then he tells her what he wants, and she says, okay, and because she's giving him validation. Yeah, I understand you. Let's go on. When you talk to a friend, this is what he's doing. He tells you, yeah, I understand you. I'm with you. Okay, let's go on. This is what she's doing, and this is something very natural, very small, but makes our life as a user much more easier and much more like fun, as you say. And something very, very like small. It's not that easy to create, but this is what we need to do. So many of you might think about, okay, I know what's going to be the conversation, what's the dialogue, I know what I'm asking, I know what I'm expecting the user to do, so I'm just creating, I'm opening the dialogue flow, I'm opening the application, and just entering this flow of data. So what I'm saying is, no, don't do so. Just think about the conversation before you write it. I think that what we have right now with voice is very, very similar to what we had like 15 or 20 years ago when the Windows happened. So we have these controls, we just place them on the window, on the screen, and then it will work. But it did not work that well because we need to understand what the design of the system, what the user needs before we're taking all the controls and just pasting it on the conversation in this case, or the screen in that case. So what I'm saying is that we need to create this dialogue. We need to think what will make sense. So we're starting from the happy path, which is what we expect, or what we want the user to do. And then we go to the error path. Maybe they said something we don't understand. Maybe they paused, they just did not say nothing. Maybe they said something that I expected, but not exactly what I wanted them to say, so forth. So what we're creating here is a screenplay, like somebody is on a show, on a play, on a movie. We're creating a dialogue which is natural way of people to speak, and not something that we imagine them to do so. When we write down what we think they'll say, it's not as we speak what we're doing, but because when you are conveying an idea in text, it's much more mature in a sense. It's more like we thought about it before we are taking it into the paper. When we're talking, we do it freely without even thinking, and it's not the same as writing. And we need to speak in order to create this kind of conversation. So how do we do that? We can speak to someone and somebody will script what we're saying, and we just need to play this conversation again and again and try it with other people in order to create this conversation. Or we can have a Wizard of Oz situation. For example, there is the speaker and somebody's talking to it like a user, and on the other side, we don't have the fully algorithm working. We just have someone who is reacting to it as if it was a speaker or a device or an assistant, so forth. But when we have that, it makes the dialogue very natural instead of something which is very strict and not human. The last thing I want to talk to you about conversation is what happens when there is an error. So when we create these conversations, you will get lots of errors. People say things without you ever expecting it, because it's very spontaneous to talk. And people talk very differently and in different ways, and they want something different, okay? And you will get lots of error in your actions. But when we talk as human beings, we don't have any error. So I'll give you an example. You plan a visit to Paris with a friend, and you're talking about the Eiffel Tower, you're talking about where you're going to eat, or how fun it's going to be, so forth. And then he remembers his ex-girlfriend, and they went to Paris, and it was really bad, and he really hated her and the trip, and then they broke up afterwards. So when he's doing that, you don't think it's an error, because this is how people speak. They have an idea, and then the thread is going on, and it's not in the trip that you're planning, but it's something else. And if you're sensitive to this friend, you will not tell him, okay, now we're talking about the trip, and we're not talking about your ex-girlfriend. Okay, you will not do so. You will listen, and after a few rounds or maybe hours, you'll tell him, okay, let's go back to the path. The same thing should be in conversation. You cannot tell him, okay, when you want the flight, when you want a flight, when you want the flight. No, you cannot do that, because people do not relate to a conversation this way. It's much more open than what you want them to do, even if you're a flight reservation application. You need to understand that in some cases, if something went differently, how can you close it? In some cases, you can just say, okay, I'll get back to you afterwards. It's okay, that's it. This is all you need to do. But you need to be sensitive to the context and to this conversation, and not always be very strict with what you want them to do. The last thing I want to talk to you about is how to support your conversational application with multimodal, with the screen. So as we said, in many cases, you cannot describe the options via voice. If this is a consumer app of some kind, you will not explain what are the results. This is like, what are the shoes? I have red shoes and brown shoes and white shoes. You will not do so, because you need to see, the user needs to see the shoes. He will not select only by you saying how much is it and what's the color. He wants to see the way this shoe looks, and to imagine if it's good for her or him in this case. So we need to use the response in a visual way in parallel to the speech, and we cannot do something without it in this case and in many other cases. And that's why we started from only conversational dialogues, but the multimodal is growing more and more, doing things on a smart display or doing things with your mobile in parallel to speaking to it, so forth, because this is much more natural for us. So let's conclude what we talked about. So we talked about understanding our users. We talked about what's the right use case for a voice. We talked about how to create the persona, how to create the dialogues, how to create the conversation, how to test it out, and how to really create a natural experience for our users, which is the most important thing that we want to convey our users. The last thing I want to tell you is what we're creating now is creating the future. And we need to understand that we have the ability to change it. And I hope we can do it for good. And the question is not what could we build, or maybe it should be what we should build for our future and for our kids' future. Thank you. We have time for questions? Questions? Sure. Adi.
Adi.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been
Sure.
such a captivating presentation.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
what you said starting off with is just jump in for a chat.
Sure, sure. Feel free.
I was going to do it, but I didn't want to break your flow because you were going high level, low level, high level, and I could have just talked to you all day long. Honestly,
Feel free.
right?
Sure.
I'm just going to step back a little bit and just understand where you stand with all of this stuff, right?
Sure.
Because I see where this is going, and I can see the trajectory, and in my mind I can see the multiple levels of integration everywhere. I've already exploded that out in my mind, what's going on, right?
Yeah.
So it's really attractive. This time is short. Just for you, I sense you're passionate about this.
Yeah,
and
right.
you want to take this in a place where it helps work. Where does your ethical view of this journey go, and where are you at with that?
I think that in general in technology, people are into the details in many cases. And they're thinking, what could we do? What could we build? What's the new technology? And we're not thinking about where we want to take this from. So where are we going? Where we want this thing and this ability to lead us to? And for me, in many cases, when I work with lots of clients and lots of projects. And when I feel this project is not good for me and I'm not really feeling that my talents should lead to this kind of a result in reality, I will not take it. The same thing in here. So when we're building something which is intended to be more human, we need to think what we want humans to do with it, what we want humans to feel after it's being used, what we want to guide our thoughts to. So in some cases, as a mother, for example, I'm really bothered when my kids are talking to these devices or seeing them more than connecting to each other or to me. And I want to ask myself, what does that mean and what do I want them to do? So the same thing I think should be in everybody's mind. Everybody in tech should need to think about that. So, yeah, yeah. Sure.
Do you have like concern holistically thinking, wow, this may not be a good thing? I mean,
yeah, it could be not a good thing, but we could use it for bad or for something which is useful. For example, in my flight here, I had a mother, and she has a dyslexic kid, and instead of writing, you know, it's a problem for a dyslexic kid. I have a dyslexic kid too, and it's a problem writing. So currently, he's speaking to the device, and it transcripts his speech, and he could give it to his teacher, and that's it. He doesn't need to write. So for example, this is something that could be done for good. And you can take use cases of people who are very lonely, like old people. You could be a companion to them. So you can take it to these directions. But the question is, what should be avoided? And we need to think. Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Why don't we have the option yet to name our assistants?
To name the assistant? Why in Google?
Or like, why does everyone have to say Alexa? Like, I want to call my assistant.
Oh, you can call your action as you want, but Alexa will be the one to call your action or call your skills. You can say, I'm Magic Mike, okay? But this is my action. But Alexa will speak to Magic Mike, and then he will talk to me. Okay, so you could do that in your application, but you cannot say, "Hey, Mike." It could be only that.
Like, I think it may be like a technological restriction, but like
it's not a technological restriction. I'm from Google actually, and what you're asking for is the #1 requested feature.
Is it something?
It's a design decision. We've chosen not to go that way for a number of reasons, but yeah.
What's kind of like is there one big thing? Like, because intuitively, I'm like, it would be so cool. Like, if even it seems that that's the #1 thing.
You're certainly not alone in asking for this, and I think the team are very aware of it, that it would be nice to be able to personalize that so you feel you have the relationship. I think
I want to say Alexa has a subset, so I think you can choose between 3 or 4.
But it will still be Alexa, right? Or not?
You can choose some different holders.
I'm less aware of the Alexa ability. So. Yeah.
There are some complexities as well of finding the trigger word to be able to constantly listen in basically on a revolving basis, and then trigger the action occurring. So it's a combination of technology and other issues that are limited.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aggie.
Sure, sure. That's this one.
One of the powerhouses behind GDG London for some time. So she's been an organizer. She's a Google developer expert as well, focusing on the assistant. And she's also been instrumental in organizing this track and much of this event as well. So she'll be able to give some really good insights into how you get started and hopefully get you going with a flying run at this, because the idea of building natural interfaces that people can connect to that are intuitive, I think, is really, really appealing. And it's, to me, another surface that you can engage with customers, you can engage with people, you create services and interactions around that. And then we also have Khan, who is also a Google developer expert. He's recently become a Google developer expert focusing on the Firebase category. He's also super passionate about communities and has been amazing behind the scenes sorting out our website here for today. And many, many, many other things. He's a GDE for Firebase, a Google developer expert, so recognized by Google as being one of these community members who really understand this world well, communicate about it, share that knowledge with the world. And so with that, I'm going to hand over to Eigil and Khan to take it from here. Thank you.
Hi everybody, hi again, for those of you who have already been here. So yeah, finally it's time to, deep dive into coding. So a little bit, I won't repeat, but basically this is who we are. We are both GGs and we are both GDG leads for London. So thank you so much for coming here. It's really, really exciting. We'll give a second, people to settle. Yeah, about voice. So very quickly, I won't repeat, we already talked about voice UX, etc., but just to kind of briefly tell you, so we've been to lots of different stages, and now people are arguing, are we going into AR, VR world timing, are we going into voice timing with kind of, I wouldn't say competing technologies, but I personally think, I hope that voice is our future, and we both are very passionate about voice, so that's what we'll be talking about today. So Sundar Pichai said that in the next 10 years we'll shift into the AI-first world. And this is not just yet another device or yet another feature. It's completely shift of our mindset. And that is something very, very important. So Gartner said that it's a paradigm shift. And this is one of the most respected resources. And this is the way we interact with the digital world. This is something that is changing completely in this new world. And last quote from my favorite digital marketer, Gary Vee, he said that if you will start either brand or agency, you might become as big as Pandora, Facebook, and Instagram if you will, deep dive into voice technology, because this is our future in a way. Yeah, so this is the voice of world of AI assistant. I wanted to focus this lots of information just on one number. So some people tell me at the conferences, so yeah, Google Assistant started quite late in 2016. after pretty much other competitors were already there. But I want to emphasize that the underlying technology Google was working on, the machine learning AI, they were there for ages. Google spent so much time and energy and brains inside of Google working on those technologies. So by the time they launched Google Assistant, they're already ready. So definitely, we hope that you will, take a peek into this technology, maybe join Code Labs and work on your first app for Google Assistant. So your app, important, will be automatically, simultaneously available on all the 500 million plus devices. Even if you won't optimize it for visuals, screen and visuals, it will still be available. So definitely, if you want to optimize, that's also welcomed. Then we have growing audience of devices. So just, I think, on 8th of October, we had Google Home Hub launched. So this is the latest addition to the, and you can see we have all the kind of things. We have sound bars, wearables, so we have headphones, earphones, and all kind of things. And that your action will be available on all of them at the same time. Languages, and I can't wait to dive deep into the voice-to-X voice development. So, like Adi said, a conversation is very, very natural to us. And that is something that I want you to keep in mind when we will be talking about Dialogflow in Firebase and all these technologies. We shouldn't, so if you look at this graph, we can see that the spoken language, the way we communicate with each other, is much, much older than the way we communicate with computers. That's why our goal is to teach computers to communicate with us in a very natural way, so that we don't need to change the way we communicate with them. Now, 2 rules. So conversational design, like Rose said in the first talk, is a very, very big science, and the huge team at Google is working on that. But we picked just 2 rules which I think are important and interesting out of that science. First rule is to less too much. And this is the rule. So just an example. If Leslie said, do you know who is coming to the party? This is clearly a yes-no question. But for machine, that is something that machine would answer yes or no. But for us as human being, this is a quite rude answer, right? Because this is not what we're actually meaning when we are asking the question. The second example is Max asking, can you play a song for me? And Leslie says no. Again, for machine, this is a yes-no question. But for us as human, this is not what we want to know. We want to know why it's not happening. What happened? Maybe Spotify is not available in the country. So this is the one example where we have to be more supportive. We have to provide either a little bit more information in order to understand. We have to teach computers to understand that, even if we didn't provide enough information. And number 2 rule is called the maximum of quantity. And that is something that is saying the conversation is much more than just exchange of information, the little exchange. And again, examples. Sammy says, I really need a drink. And Alex says, have you been to Eagle? What can we say understand from this? So Eagle is probably a bar, right? Probably the drink he wants to drink, maybe it might be alcoholic drink. And probably Eagle is walking distance from Sammy. Number 2. Chris asks, what did the letter from IRC, which is the HMRC, say? And Steve says, are you sitting down? So probably he got some taxes, some tax information, which he was not happy about, something shocking. So we all can think about that, take it further, and get that context from just the conversation. Machine cannot do that. So this is something I want you to keep in mind when we are going further. Yeah, and this is actually existing example. When your Google Home, the alarm goes off, you can just say thank you to stop it. And this is again something that Google Assistant understands from the context. Now, when we define, and we will define intents in Dialogflow, it's very important to understand that Dialogflow gives us power of training agents, and this is the most powerful thing about Dialogflow. Because if you look at this, it turns out people set up their alarm clock in more than 5,000 different ways, which is actually a really impressive number. Thinking that, well, I possibly can think maybe of like 8 different ways, maybe like 12, if I really tried really hard. But 5,000, and this is only one English language, obviously. So that's why we will be using Dialogflow and looking into that, because that will allow us to train our ML agent in order for us to not define all those 5,000 ways to define. So just a little bit of terminology to remind you, we're talking about Google Assistant. The actions is something that extends Assistant. This is something we are developing using Dialogflow and Firebase in our case. But you can, of course, use Assistant SDK and other tools. And then devices like Google Home or Google Hub, they might just be running Google Assistant on them. So yeah, the platform is very new. So as developers, you could develop it starting from basically 2 years ago. On 8th of December, they launched. So this is a very new platform. Lots of things are still in developer preview. So today we picked to talk only about something that is already released. So Dialogflow in Google Assistant development. So if you look at this scheme approximately, you can see that when we don't have Dialogflow, we have to recognize language, we have to parse. The hardest part of that is parsing. So of course, if you have your parsing engine, then there is no problem, you don't need to use Dialogflow. But in this case, you have to actually parse the query and generate response, which then Google Assistant will read back to the user. So if you don't have that backend, that powerful parsing backend, we definitely recommend you, like that, for example. Imagine the sentence, well, it's kind of cold outside. I would like something warm to warm me up, like hot soup. So as you can see here, in just this sentence, we have cold, warm, hot, and this is really hard. So if you don't have a very smart parsing machine, it's really hard to understand what is cold, what is warm, and what is hot, because those are kind of the same temperature parameter. We will see what is parameter later. This is why, yes, there is a way, of course, to use the conversation API in order to generate response, but there is a smarter way. So some time ago, Google bought a company called API AI, and this is something that they renamed later and called it Dialogflow. The two amazing things about Dialogflow tool is that it does intent matching. And second, it does entity extractions. If you don't know what is intent and matching and entity, we will come to that in a second. So now we have that powerful Dialogflow, and that, what it does for us, it actually does parsing. It does intent matching, and it does later the entity extraction. And then it can go back to your server, the webhook, etc., and then it can generate a response and give it back to the user. And this is something that we recommend to use as one of the easiest tools to get started with development. Yeah, this is just another scheme how it all works. Now, this is how Dialogflow looks like, and we are on the first and most important page called intents. So if you look into intent in general, this is something that is what your user can do with your application. Imagine a library, okay? Let's just take another example. What can you ask about library? You can ask about opening hours, right? You can ask about address of the library. You might want to ask about if there is any particular book which you can borrow. Is it available right now? If not, when is the next time, the next date you can borrow it? Yeah? So those are, each of them is a separate intent, which you can actually get information through your application. Now, I want you now to focus. So we picked something which is very close to actually this event. This is the action called DevFest London. So we'll be looking into all this Dialogflow and Firebase using actually our own application called DevFest London. Okay? Yeah, he'll be back, don't worry. So we have intents. And here you can see that what can you do with the DevFest London application. So you can ask when, for example, who is the speaker for assistant track, right? Or you can ask where is the Imperial College London happening? I mean, what is the address of the college? Or you might want to ask when is the after party starting? Or are there any vegetarian options for the lunch? Yes, they are. So these are all kinds of things you can ask. So each of them is a separate intent. Now, terminology. So intent can be pretty much any name, and that is the matching between what user says and what action is supposed to do. For example, I can ask about intent address or opening, time in many different ways. For example, when does the fest start? Or what are the, timing? Or what is the time frame for the fest London? So there are lots of different ways to ask about that. Now we have training phrases. So every single intent, for example, address or time or assistant track, each of those intents we need to train in order for us to not enter, all those 5,000 phrases. We just pick 10 phrases. Of course, you can pick more, but at least 10 phrases, and then you train an agent, machine learning agent, by pressing button, which is here. So for example, here, what time is the after party? Will we have lunch? Is there dinner? So these all are things about event breaks. So there are different event breaks. And event break can be anything which is not session, right? So we train the agent, so it will understand pretty much anything. Coffee break, tea break, after party, lunch, and all kind of things. So by training agent, we're actually helping our users to ask pretty much anything, and our application will understand that. Now, this is the training phrases, is what the user is saying, and our ability to understand it as an action. Next, actions and parameters. So here parameter, we define parameter, let's say a break tag. And then we can just use that when we listen to the user's input. We can listen to the break tag. And break tag can be, for example, lunch. So that is basically a keyword we are waiting for in order to give user some information. Because if we don't know what user asked about, did he ask about lunch? Did he ask about, after party? Then we cannot, of course, give them any useful information. So parameters are the value we are trying to capture from user's response, user phrase, and then we can specify parameters, for example, for break tag. We specify the list of parameters. What are breaks? Is there tea break, coffee break, lunch, again, and after party? So those are things you can use. And you can use them pretty much for anything if you want. You can use them for not just for time frames, but also for places, for whatever most suitable for your action. Now we have custom entities. So in this case, we have break tag, we have time frame, and we have tag. So this is something that we're using throughout our application because, for example, for every single track, we have a time frame tag, which will be if we want user to ask, when is let's say this particular session is, and we can give back the particular information when we are listening to either a track name or speaker name. So those all can be your parameters. Now, wanted to show you. So there are system entities which you don't need to define. For example, in our case, we are using system entity date. So if user is asking about date, we are just using that without defining it explicitly, just because Google Assistant knows the date format. And of course, you can define, numbers. You don't need to define, let's say, all countries. So if you want to use, let's say, country as a parameter, Google Assistant already has a list of all countries in the world, and you can just request it automatically. It will know, and it will recognize, let's say, a country. Now, and then responses. So you can define responses in a different way. So this way, you don't need to write any code. So this is, in our particular case, fallback intent. So if a user is asking our application something and we didn't understand the input, we can define a list of text responses which will be given back to user. Of course, not all of them, but it will be in a random order so that we don't repeat ourselves. Like Adi said, we shouldn't be repetitive because it's quite boring or annoying in a way. That's why we can define in a text response what we want to communicate back to the user. But as you can imagine, this is quite simple. So as you can imagine, it's actually not enough in order to give user everything. Sometimes we need to show a map. Sometimes we need to show, give some maybe audio or video response. This is why where the Firebase actually comes into the play. So we're using, and you can see on the menu in the left, fulfillment. So this is something, as long as you step aside from the very simple action or intent, you will have to use something which you will be able to define in code. So we love to use inline editor, and we're using Firebase for that. And Khan will talk a little bit deeper about this, but by defining fulfillment, you can actually define what your application will be doing. So the whole logic of the Google Assistant application is actually hidden in this part called fulfillment. And for that, we're using, in our particular case, Firebase. So yeah, Khan, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've got one microphone as well here. I'll just skip these. Yeah. Yes. Oh, okay. So yeah, like I mentioned, that basically Google acquired API and changed the name to Dialogflow. Google also acquired another service tool that developers were using called Firebase, which was back then just a database solution, and made it a platform, a set of tools for developers to use that includes much more than just database. So how many people here have used actually Firebase? Awesome. So yeah, we will see here now how to basically use Firebase together with Assistant. So like Agil mentioned, there are so many ways to so many devices, so many surfaces where users can be using your actions. So, and it's very hard to kind of like specify your response based on these surfaces. So here comes like basically you need to write code at some point. There comes Firebase in this case, in our case. So here is some screenshots from the app about action that we kind of worked on as demo. So we have on the left side kind of when user asks when is the event, we give like kind of a summary. In the middle we ask what are the assistant sessions, and we get kind of a few of them. So basically here one key point is that since this is a screen, we have basically we say that so the assistant says out loud that we have there are 7 sessions, and we are only displaying 3 of them because displaying all sessions could be kind of heavy to kind of see in this context. And on the right side, we see a table of kind of statistics. So to implement this, so for example, the first one is called a basic card. And it's pretty simple to implement, to display it. But still, again, like I said, you need a platform to do this. And writing your own backend code might be a bit overwhelming in this case, especially if you are just starting developing actions. So yeah, this is one of the examples. This is another one. So this item is called carousel, browse carousel. And again, like I said, you need to write like a few lines of code. Obviously, depending on the complexity of your app, it might kind of like extend. And we have here table card, like I mentioned, same thing. And then other than this, also like using code basically allows you to ask for more information, get the location of the user, I don't know, like name of the user and those kind of things, so the basic information. And also you can use authentication services through code so that you can identify the user and like kind of personalize the experience even more. Yeah, account linking is again an addition to the authentication. So you can either use just Google sign-in, or you can, if you have your own kind of sign-in system, you can use Google sign-in together with that to kind of link the user. And finally, it allows you to also use transactions, so like allow users to make payments through your app. That's another benefit, kind of. So we are using cloud functions, like I mentioned. So benefit of cloud function is that like there are a lot, but the main ones are that like you don't need to do any setup. Basically, it's just there. You just just open the panel and start using. It's easy to start, and you don't really need to do much to maintain it. It's all basically maintained by Google in general, so it's scaling automatically as your user base grows, as your code grows. Google just handles this maintenance. And finally, it's integrated with Firebase. So if you are using multiple Firebase products, it just makes it much easier to use them together. Like we are going to see here, in this case, we are using 2 other tools. So it's much easier when you use them together. Plus, it's already integrated in Dialogflow. So it means that, like in this case, for example, like the screenshot I go show, it's just basically all you need to do is to go to Fulfillment tab, enable inline editor, and just start basically writing your code without, like, I don't know, installing tools, doing lots of setup and like deployments and those kind of things. You just don't need to worry about this at all. Plus, again, on the Firebase console, you can see the logs easily. So when something goes wrong, you can just open the logs and see what went wrong, or you can like log things by yourself. It's just JavaScript, so you can just do console log and then come to the console and see what the values are or whatever you are debugging, kind of. Second tool we are using is Cloud Firestore. This is the kind of newer version of the database. Firebase released recently, which, well, not very recently, it's more than a year, but still kind of more recent than the real-time database. So Cloud Firestore is a NoSQL database solution. It handles synchronization automatically. It handles conflict resolution automatically. It has offline use, which is not very valid in case of the assistant, obviously, because you need internet for assistant anyway, in most cases. And it allows powerful querying, which was kind of addition and improvement to a real-time database. And then it has a flexible data structure. So again, if any of you have used a real-time database, it was practically a JSON file that you are kind of parsing, while in this case it's like a bit more advanced. It has a different structure which allows it to scale much better. So when your data grows, as your data grows, kind of you normally with real-time database, when you query new stuff, when you query data, it gets slower as your data grows. But with Cloud Firestore, basically the performance completely depends on the kind of your result set rather than the whole data set. So it looks pretty much like this. So you have collections and documents. So the first column is list of collections, and then in each collection you have list of documents, and each document is practically an object, kind of. So, and you can have sub-collections and documents, and it can go on. One important thing to note is that with Cloud Firestore, the queries are returning only only this object, so you don't get the sub-collections by default. You have to query like for each sub-collection you want to retrieve. This is actually the screenshot from our so our website, the action, and also I was working on an app. So they are all using the same database because Firestore has SDKs for basically Android, iOS, web, and a few other platforms. It's super easy. Like I said, basically if you are using Cloud Firestore with Cloud Functions, it's very easy to set up. All you need to do is kind of to import Firebase, initialize it, and get Firestore instance from that. And then you start kind of, so in this case, for example, we get a specific speaker. So we get the collection of speakers, and then we get the, again, specific speaker based on speaker ID. One important thing to note here is that until you call get, these first two lines basically don't do anything. It's just creating a reference that is waiting to be called, waiting to be retrieved. And then once you call get, this query runs. And inside then, you can listen for the result. So in this case, we get a speaker snapshot, which includes the ID of the object and the content, the data. And so the first line of the conversation, the conf.ask, is basically the part that will be kind of told out loud to the user. It's kind of good practice, because if the user is not looking at the screen, maybe it's even better to give tell the first line of this of the biography of the speaker, so that if they don't look at the screen, there's still a meaning of the conversation. And the second line is basically calling a method called basic card for speaker, which is displaying the basic card. And that method looks like this: basically new basic card, and then you have the text, subtitle. The title is the name, and you can add buttons, images, and you can set the image kind of behavior based on the size of the dimensions of the image. And finally, we are using Cloud Firestore to store data. If you actually try to check the map on the website, you see that we are just redirecting you to a PDF file on actually Cloud Firestore in this case. Sorry, Cloud Storage. So it's super easy to kind of set. There's not even actually a setup, so you just start using it. It has it handles connection issues automatically. So for example, if you are using it on a mobile app and user is uploading a file, if connection kind of drops, Cloud Storage Cloud Storage library automatically basically pauses the upload, and then once connection comes back, continues it. So it's very robust, and then it has a strong security in terms of general security issues. It's already handled by Google. Plus, you can write your own security rules, so you can block people who are not authenticated from accessing your data, for example. And finally, it also does scale automatically. So again, as your user base and as your storage grows, Google handles this automatically. It does look like this again. Basically, you can create directories. It's pretty much like Finder, like a desktop, pretty much. And then you can, again, using the SDKs, you can actually upload and download files, or you can just upload the files manually and then get the download link from here to use it basically in anywhere, kind of. So yeah, back to you.
Yeah, and to conclude, so that was dialogue part and Firebase part. To conclude, so if you want to learn more, definitely check out the documentation, because it's very, very detailed. And since as this platform is very new, just 2 years old, they keep adding new stuff. They keep changing developer preview to the stable version, so definitely check it out. Design, very important. So design is a separate kind of section there, and they have lots of important things here on their page. Then code labs. So we will be running all day the first 3 code labs. I definitely recommend you to check them out. They include actually all kind of things, all the way to SSML and smart speakers. So definitely smart displays. So definitely check them out based on your experience, level 1, level 2, or the latest edition, which is I think just 3 or 4 months old, level 3. And like Rose mentioned at the beginning, but for those of you who didn't go to the first session, you can get a t-shirt if you publish your app, actually just like that. Then you get credit for your cloud, Google Cloud, and you can use it also for Firebase in case you want to upgrade for the paid version. And you get
just quick addition. Basically, we are using to host our website. We are using Firebase hosting, and I'm actually using the credit that came from this program. So
yeah. Exactly, and I wanted to just quickly add, so there are these physical pins which I wanted to show though. These pins is something that you are getting, just 1 second, when you publish your application it will get some traction. So basically this pin, the first one, is you get when you reach some particular number of users. I cannot say how many, unfortunately it's a secret, but yeah, once you get this number you will get a physical pin, and with the first pin no matter which one of those you get also physical Google Home as a gift from Google, in addition to T-shirt, in addition to those credits. And if your app will be localized to at least one more language besides English, of course, and in that second language it will get as popular as in English, then you will get a pin called globalization. And I cannot show you engagement since I didn't get it yet, so yeah. But I definitely want to, just one thing, I want to recommend you to localize. It's not part of this talk, but I just wanted to tell you that just after I localized my app to 2 more languages, I got 4.2 times more users within a week. And so definitely that is working. So when you are done with developing your application, definitely think about what other language you speak, or maybe you have a friend who is speaking that language. So that is working, and definitely if this is motivating for you, or if any of this is motivating for you, or or making a difference is motivating for you, then check it out and check our Code Labs, and yeah, join us also for the rest of the day for other assistant sessions. Yeah, thank you so much. I don't believe we have time for questions.
Yeah, so anybody's got any questions?
Yeah, if you have quick question, I know there is a lunch, right, waiting. So if you have any questions, you can find us on Twitter or physically on this venue, or you can ask us now. So definitely. Yes, and Code Lab area.
A quick note on lunch, by the way. If you can head to the reception area where you first came in and registered. We're actually splitting lunch into 2 places, but just to balance the numbers because of health and safety reasons, yeah, if you can head that way, that would be great. Yeah, look forward to seeing you a little bit later this afternoon, and enjoy lunch.
this one.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Well, wow. That's very sensitive. Okay. Thank you so much for being back after lunch. I hope you enjoyed your food. So we are continuing with our assistant track, and I'm really, really excited to welcome Martin, who came all the way from Edinburgh. He is a professional in education, and he's been consultant with so many organizations, and he has a huge experience with one of my favorite, actually, Google technologies called AppScript, and today he'll be talking about another technology he is professional in, and that is he'll be talking about developing Google Hangouts chatbots. And that is something I'm personally really passionate about, and I really hope that you also look forward to his talk. And please don't remember that you can ask any questions either during Q&A session, or you can find him on Twitter, or you will hang out here, right, after the talk. Okay, fantastic. Yeah, thank you so much.
Labs afterwards.
Oh yeah, and Code Labs, and we will also have Code Labs. So if you want to try out Code Labs about the developing bots or Google Apps Script, Martin will be there to help you on hand. Yeah, thank you so much. Stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Aigo. Slight confession to make. This project I'll get to is the first Hangout chatbot I created, and it was the second Dialogflow project I created. But I think that's evident of just how easy these technologies are to get your head around and learn. So hopefully you'll pick up lots of useful things from this. There's a link at the bottom to these slides, so you're welcome to get those. I'm quite happy for you to take pictures as well of slides that you find interesting or useful. And as Igor said, I'll be in the Code Labs afterwards, so if there's things in this talk you want to try out, I'll be there and I can help you with that. So as Igor mentioned, my background is in learning technology, and I think that's where there's a really interesting overlap with the use of assistants and chatbots and things like that within an education context. This really is, as I mentioned, it's an area that I'm interested in, and I'm learning as I go. So hopefully if you have any tough questions, I'll be able to answer those. So Hangouts chat. I have interest. How many of you are already using Hangouts chat? Oh, a couple. So as I'm not a Google employee, I can tell you that Google Hangouts chat is basically their version of Slack. So it sits in G Suite. So if you're a G Suite customer, you've got Hangout chats there. So if you've got a at gmail.com account, then you can't access this product. So something to bear in mind if you're interested in developing Hangout chats and chat bots. Because as part of the launch of Hangouts Chat, there's an API. So you can create your own bots that can interact with other people in the rooms that you create within Hangouts Chat, or you can direct message them as well. In terms of developing Hangout Chat bots, there's a couple of options. So in terms of how you can develop these. So I'll just quickly go through each of these just so you get an idea. So this image actually comes from the documentation on Hangouts Chat. So your first option is developing a bot as a web service. So basically you make HTTP API requests and you can process those on your on-prem services or cloud services and push those messages back into the bots. So that's method one. You can use Cloud PubSub as another way of developing bots. So I have to say PubSub isn't a technology I've got much knowledge of, but if you're a PubSub fan, this is another way that you can develop chatbots. But it's the third way that I'm most interested in. So Igor mentioned that I'm a Google developer expert, and the product I'm an expert in is G Suite, and as part of that, I specialize in Google AppScript. So out of interest, how many people have heard of Google AppScript before? I've got 2. Free. Any advances on free? We're doing well here. This is one of the great things about being a Google Apps Script expert is there's very few people that actually know about this hidden gem, I think, of the Google product world. Of those of you who have heard of AppScript, do you use AppScript? Yes, no? I'm getting some nods. You like using it? No? In terms of what platform you decide to use, it's very much on your use case where this comes in. So, for example, you'll see in a second that AppScript is great at actually integrating within other G Suite products. So it works really well in terms of that. If you're doing something behind a firewall, then PubSub and so on. So as I mentioned, I'm going to focus on the AppScript one, but feel free to go off and explore other versions. So as a lot of you don't really know much about AppScript, I'll just quickly tell you. So Google AppScript, it's like Hangouts Chat, it's part of G Suite. The difference with AppScript is, unlike Hangouts Chat, where you need to be a G Suite domain user, AppScript is available to everyone. So if you've got an @Gmail account, you can start developing stuff in AppScript. So the world is your oyster. So it sits in G Suite, and it actually it allows you to interact with a number of different services very easily. So if you've done stuff with cloud functions, or how many were at the machine learning talk Zach did earlier? A couple. So it's the idea of, if you've got stuff running in the same environment, you don't have to do authentication, or authentication is easier. Exactly the same for Google AppScript. It's actually been around for 10 years. And that's why it's quite interesting that it's not really heard about, particularly as it's been in the interface for 10 years as well. So next time you open it, who's used the Google Sheet? Most of you. So the next time you open the Google Sheet, go and look in the Tools menu. You'll see something quite interesting. So it started off in Google Sheets 10 years ago, and actually it's now integrated into Docs, into Forms, into Slides, and you can develop standalone scripts as well. So it's serverless. Well, serverless as in Google do all the headache in terms of hosting. There are generous quotas as well. So it's in many instances it's completely free. I've been developing Google AppScript projects for 9 years now, and I've never paid a single penny for any of my projects, and some of them are kind of getting quite big now. The other thing to know about AppScript is it actually uses a JavaScript syntax. So how many of you are JavaScript developers or do a bit of JavaScript? Yeah, so you're already, you're on the starting rung of being a Google AppScript geek like myself. And as I mentioned, it's integrated. So let's actually see what that means. So for example, I've got a sheet here, which I'm just going to open and make a copy. So I'll make this a bit bigger as well. So in this sheet, I've got a cell with a value. So it's got just a location. So if I go into that magic script editor, so the script editor is in the cloud as well. So I haven't had to install any additional software. So we've got a couple of lines of code here. So what this does is within Google AppScript, you've got a number of built-in services. So we can basically call the spreadsheet. We can get the active sheet. So we're defining sheet. And then we can get the value of a cell. So we're getting the value of cell A1 as the address. And then, let's just fire up Google Maps and create a new static map and add a marker. So I'm just going to change this email address so it goes somewhere I can actually see it. And I can hit run. So a bit like Cloud Functions, this is all running in the cloud. So in terms of authentication, Google does this all for you. So I've not had to, this is a fresh copy of the script, so this is the first time I'm running it. I'm not having to install keys or clients. It's ready to run. So I get what might be quite a familiar authentication flow. It's automatically detected the scopes in our script, so it knows what it needs access to. So it's just going to access the spreadsheet we've got this on and send email as me. And so if I jump into my email, it's generated a map and sent it. So that's, kind of a very basic introduction into Google Apps Scripts. So in 4 lines of code, we've been able to interact with the map service. We've been able to send stuff with Gmail. Anyone impressed by that? That ease of that? Will you be going away into... Maps is just one of over 30 services that Google offer that you can integrate in a similar fashion. So in terms of developing something for Hangouts chat, it means that those 30 plus services are just a line of code away. So in terms of developing your own Hangouts chatbot, there's a bit of a boilerplate that you do. So basically, regardless of the platform that you're working on, there are different types of bot events, and you're able to basically detect these within your Google Apps Script project and add your logic to that. So when the bot is added to a space, when it's removed, these will both trigger events. A bit like other Google, the Assistant, you can use cards for interaction, so you can detect click events. And probably the one that you're going to use the most is on-message events. So whenever your bot gets a message posted to it, you can collect that message. And quite a bit of other useful data as well about who's sending that message, the context that they're sending it in. So kind of revisiting our maps example, let's look at a where is bot. So if I jump into chat, and again, I'll make this a bit bigger. Anyone want to shout out a location? Tooting. Oh, I'm terrible at spelling. How do you spell it? Not responding. Oh no. Demo gods, where are you? Let's try, I'm from Edinburgh, so I know where that is. Oops. Where is... Fingers crossed. Ta-da! We've got Edinburgh. And so we can, it's created a card that we can interact with, and we can jump out of Hangouts. So, if you haven't looked at the slides ahead, how many lines of code do you think that took? 10? 20? 5? Not bad. This is essentially it. So we're basically, we've got our on-message event, and we're basically, in terms of all the information that's pulled back, we've got a display name, and we're using that basically to parse the string that we typed to get a location. And then for the click event, we've got, we're just generating a URL. So that example was published by Google. What they didn't say at the time was to actually generate the map needs a bit more work. So to display the map in the card. So, and this is where apps really comes into its own. So, has anyone developed stuff with Google Maps? I'm seeing some nods. So, one of the things that recently changed with Google Maps is to view a static map, you need to send in, have a key set up. So I didn't want to set up a key. So instead what I did was I basically got our static map, and then Drive app is just a service for us to access the Google Drive, and navigated to a folder, and then just dumped the image of that file into Drive. So if I go into Drive, so here's our Edinburgh map. It's stored in Drive. And because of the way that chatbots are deployed, I can, with a bit of magic URL trickery, I can get that image. Here we go, here. I can get that image and put it into our card. So very quickly you can start, developing stuff with AppScript and adding functionality to your chatbots. So if you're a useful starting place, and the actual starting place I found myself was looking at the code lab on AttendanceBot. So AttendanceBot integrates with your Gmail and your calendar so that you can say when you're sick or on vacation, and then it'll prompt that to either put an out-of-office notification in Gmail or to block out your calendar for the day. But in terms of how this is handling the message response, it's basically a very basic. It's looking for something in the string, so it's looking for the occurrence of the word sick or the occurrence of the word vacation. And immediately when you start trying to build on this sort of functionality, you can get into a huge regex nightmare of trying to parse out strings. So out of interest, how many of you have been into previous talks in this track? And I see a couple of hands. So Dialogflow, all right, hands up if you know about Dialogflow now. Right, so there's quite a few of you, but not everyone. So Dialogflow is basically, there's been some really good talks today about Dialogflow, so I don't want to labor it too much, but it's a fantastic tool in terms of being able to extract intent out of messages. So it's able to, you're able to set up so that it can identify entities in the string, so work out dates, locations, whatever your training phrases have, and it exposes that data into for Assistant, but also it has an API, so we can get that data back out of Dialogflow and use it. So for example, in our bot, instead of just saying I am sick or going on vacation, in Dialogflow we can say out of office for the next week, out of office given a reason for lunch, and then however you might say a set of dates. So very quickly you can build up models for doing this, and I won't go into too much detail about it. There's, if you've seen previous talks, this will look very familiar. There's also lots of useful resources on the web about learning about this stuff. So in this case, I've got some training phrases, and I'm basically teaching it what I want to pull it out. Once we've set that up, we can now actually use AppScript to talk to our Dialogflow agent and get that data back and enhance the way that our bot. It was the most straightforward thing. There's a couple of steps that you need to do, and that's really what I'm going to show you today. So there are a couple of libraries that you need to use, and you need to set up your Dialogflow agent to basically allow you to make the API calls to it. So let me do this for real, just to show you. Oh. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a new script project. And let me just pull this across here. So we've got, within Google Apps Script, you can extend the functionality by adding additional libraries in. So usually you can add these libraries by a key, but there's another way of doing it, which is a lot better, which is just adding stuff to the manifest. So let me. So the manifest by default is hidden. Oh, wait for that to save. So I'm going to just jump. So this might look familiar if you're doing other stuff with Google products. So we're just defining a couple of libraries we want to use here, and those are the strings. We're also using, for the attendance bot version 2, we're also connecting into the Gmail service, which again is identified there. What that means now is when I go into the libraries, you'll see it's added those in. And there's version control on libraries as well, which is handy. And we can also do stuff in developer mode. So in terms of setting up our Dialogflow agent to talk to our AppScript project, we basically need to set up some OAuth credentials. So Dialogflow is one of the products that isn't currently closely integrated into Google Apps Script. So this is why we're having to do a little bit of extra setup. So I'm just going to copy this one off. AppScript has some really nice features in it. And one of them is it's got a property service. So we can actually store properties in our project. You can even store properties for a user. And that means that you can re-access these things again. So in this case, we're going to basically get an access token, which we're going to store as part of this script project. In terms of setting up our Dialogflow agent, so I've already got an agent created here. So there's documentation on how to create a service account. It's a couple of steps. So we basically go into our Cloud Console project for this. And we've got handily, it's jumped us straight into a service account. So I'm going to give it a name. And then we need to add the role. So for API calls to Dialogflow, the minimum, permissions that we need are the Dialogflow API client. So if I just add that role, I'm going to create a key. I'm just going to create a JSON key, which it's going to download. what I can then do is just drag this into my Google Drive. And I'll make sure I've got the right one. 86. So I'm just going to grab the name of this. So one of the nice things with Google Apps Script is, as you saw with the Maps example, we can access Drive quite easily. So I'm just going to put my file in here. So it's going to grab the file, and it's going to pass it into this Goa library, and it's basically going to store what we need to run our function. And we only need to do this once, so I can chuck this away. So in terms of interacting with Dialogflow, there's some requirements. So let me just show you this. So what this code is going to do is we're going to use the Goa library, which is going to handle our OAuth2 communication. So we need to set that up initially. And then as part of that, the Dialogflow library, we need to set the token that is returned from Goa. And then to actually interact, so this is one of the Dialogflow API endpoints, so we can get project agent session detect intent. So we can basically pass a message into Dialogflow, into our agent, and get back what it's detected in terms of entities. There's a bit more to this in terms of when you're building your query to pass into Dialogflow, you need to do things like build a request resource. So you're basically identifying things like what language you're using, so you can use other languages if you want. And also, when you're setting up your Dialogflow agent, it can also change responses based on time. So we're basically we're passing in the time zone so that the script knows if someone's asking something in the evening or in the morning. And then you also need to identify the project, so the agent that you're making your particular API call to. And so if I just, that actually looks a bit bigger in real life. So if I just copy this in here, and also, so we're going to just throw in a test function as well, just to see if this is all working. I'm just going to delete that. So who thinks this is going to work first time? I don't, but you know, in the demo gods we trust. So all I'm going to do is, because it's JavaScript, I've got a very basic function where I basically, so I can keep calling this, all this setup. I can do it a lot quicker. So I'm going to pass in a message. So this might be a message that we picked out from our chatbot. Another nice thing about Google Apps Script is we can do online debugging. So if I look at the response that we got from that call, if I can, we can see it's detected the reason. So the reason was lunch, and it's pulled back a date element as well. And also it's got a duration, again, as an object. So in a couple of steps, we're now communicating with our Dialogflow agent, which has a number of advantages. It means that if we update our Dialogflow agent, then our bot is going to improve in quality. So if you're adding more training phrases or more reasons, then you can extend quite easily the functionality of your script. So in the original CodeLab example where we had this index of, we can actually replace that out. So we can now detect our intent from the user, and then we can use that reason, the dates, back in the rest of our bot. So this might actually look a bit better in real life. So I've got my attendance bot here. So I'm gonna, well, someone give me a different phrase. So when am I, all right, so out of office next week for 1 week? Out. So let's add that to our calendar. And just to show you that's worked, I'm now out of office for a week. And if I wanted, if I go back to my agent, I can set my out of office. So if I go into my Gmail again, well, that one maybe didn't quite work. But you get the general idea. It's maybe catching up with that one. In fact, let me just refresh. Always do a refresh. There we go. It just needed a refresh. Ta-da! So there you go. You can start making really intelligent bots quite easily. If you want to go through all of this yourself, you can. It's documented. I've published a blog post so you can go through all the steps of creating your Dialogflow agent and setting up your Google Apps Script project. So by Monday morning, you can press your boss with a attendance bot and hopefully get a raise. But it's not just Google Hangout chats. So AppScript is actually used to extend a number of Google products and services, or products as well. So something that you can do in Sheets, Docs, Forms, and Slides is create add-ons. And more recently, you can create Gmail add-ons as well. So you can start adding conversational interfaces quite easily to these products, linking into Dialogflow, extending the functionality. So you could go and be awesome with this, he says. So hopefully you've learned a bit more about AppScript. That was the tip of the iceberg in terms of AppScript. There's a ton of other stuff that you can do. Hopefully you'll enjoy using AppScript a bit more now that you know that you can do this. So if you want to find more about AppScript, it's script.google.com. And thank you for your time.
Do you have any questions? I'm a temporary MC, by the way, so I will back in like 10 minutes. So. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. So the next session will be Joe learning to play guitar with practice on Google. So in 10 minutes, we'll be back.
So Joe is Google developer expert for all possible technologies, I know. Google developer expert for Android, for Flutter, for Pay, almost fighting for Assistant. He's coming from Brighton, beautiful place, and he's working remotely for a company, actually a very famous company, called Buffer. For those of you who know social media marketing, you might be using it. I think you're also a big advocate for remote work in general. Sorry, I was just running. Yeah, and he will be talking today about developing actions on Google, and it's a very interesting, very creative topic. So please welcome Joe.
Cool, thank you for the introduction. Hope everyone can hear me okay. Cool, yeah, so this talk is kind of an introductory level talk on building applications with actions on Google. So it is introductory. If you've already built applications before on the platform, you probably won't take away too much from this topic. But just to ask, has anyone in here built apps for actions on Google before? Yeah. Cool, no, perfect audience, that's great, cool. So yeah, in this talk, we're just going to be running through a couple of steps and get a simple application up and running that uses a couple of different technologies to do so. Just to give a quick outline, we're going to cover what actions on Google is. We're going to look at how conversations are made up, so conversational architecture. We're going to look at how we can make use of conversational IDE known as Dialogflow to help us build this application. We're going to take a brief look at using Firebase to handle external requests. And then we're going to, if we've got time and if I don't overrun, we're going to look at how we can localize our application. So for those who may not be familiar with Actions on Google, Actions on Google is a conversational platform that allows us to build personalized experiences for our users. So you may already be familiar with the Google Assistant and the OK Google tagline that you've probably heard millions of times on adverts or accidentally triggered on your phone. Yeah, there you go. I haven't had that happen before, but that's quite cool. So essentially what it lets you do is allows you to build things to let your users carry out tasks and interact with your applications through a conversational platform. So rather than touching, swiping, and prodding the screen, your users can interact with whatever you build hands-free with their voice. Cool. So when it comes to building these applications, before Google acquired Dialogflow, if you searched how to build them on Google, there was quite a few tools that existed, and they probably still exist, but there was quite a few tools that came up with how to build these. And because Google didn't have an official platform before they acquired Dialogflow, it was a bit confusing which one to go for. So there are a bunch of tools available, but what we're going to be looking at using is Dialogflow. Cool. Yeah, so Dialogflow, Google now owns it, and it's essentially a web-based IDE that makes it really simple for you to build these tools. So what is Dialogflow? So Dialogflow is essentially a conversational platform that lets you design and build these actions. And what it does, it essentially wraps the functionality of the actions on Google SDK and provides it in a nice visual tool. So it provides the IDE, it handles all the natural language processing for you, machine learning, and so on. So it's a nice way, if you haven't built actions on Google stuff before, Dialogflow is a nice way to get started because it takes a lot of the pain points away from you and puts it in a nice UI. So yeah, Dialogflow can be built, allows you to build tools for multiple platforms. It's not just for the Google Home devices, it's also for the mobile devices. You can build it for Android Auto stuff. It has I think it's over 14 different SDKs that are available in a collection of different languages. So whether you're building stuff for Android in Java or Kotlin, whether you're doing stuff in Python, iOS, there's a collection of different SDKs that allows you to interact with the technology in the way that you choose. There's also, so as well as that, we're not just using Dialogflow, we're not just tied to shipping our conversational tool on the Actions on Google platform. Dialogflow also allows us to export our tools onto other bot services such as Facebook, Twitter, and Messenger. And whilst I haven't done that, if you visit the Dialogflow IDE, it does give you the option to do so. And Dialogflow also supports, makes it really easy for you to support localization in your Actions on Google apps. So I think it's on our last check, it was over 20 different languages. So if you're already supporting different localizations in your mobile applications, you can go ahead and continue doing so within your Dialogflow apps. So why would you build for the platform? So when Actions on Google first came around and people were getting the Google Homes and so on, when I first got mine, there wasn't really too much I could do with it. I could set timers and do calendar things. But there's so much more you can do with it now. You can not only do these things that I've just spoke of, but you can create sort of like companion applications to your mobile applications that you have on your mobile devices to allow your users to interact with those in a voice way. You can also now perform transactions for not only physical, but now recently released digital goods. So if you're selling stuff, you can now do so using these voice SDKs. So yeah. And the main thing to remember, if you're a mobile developer, maybe you're a web developer, the creation when it comes to these tools that we're building is completely different to the experience that we're making on the mobile platform. So whilst you make all these applications still, they are completely different. So they're conversations. Like I said before, our users are used to prodding our screens and swiping our fingers around, but this is a completely different way of interacting with these devices. So you have to shift our mindset a little bit differently and remember how these tools are going to be interacted with. So whilst we can use actions on a number of different devices and content types, these can appear on a variety of surfaces. At the moment, you may have seen things such as the Google Home speaker, the mini speaker, which is just a speaker component. And we also now have the Google Home Hub, which is a speaker of a screen. We have our mobile devices, which is essentially the same kind of thing. And who knows what there will be in the future. So we have a number of different platforms currently which we can support these conversational tools on. And so we have to take this in mind when we're designing these conversational tools. So to begin with, the conversational aspect of it, so the spoken element, is the key part of our conversation. So we're going to want to design this first and create a voice-first experience. And then once we've got that down, we can move on to the kind of visual elements and add some nice polish and UI to when our user does have a screen available within our conversation. So kind of like we do with our applications, we get it working, we build it, and then we add some nice polish afterwards. And the cool thing about the Actions on Google SDKs is that we can detect what kind of device the user is interacting with our tool on. And it's simply just a simple like if statement, and we can obtain whether the device has a screen or not. And this allows us to simplify the experiences which we're building on. So for example, maybe our user might carry out some form of search action. If they're on a device that only has a speaker, we might not want to read out 50 search results to them because that will take a long time and probably get quite annoying. So we may just want to read out the top 3. Whereas if they've got a screen on their conversational platform, then maybe we can do something else like display like a scrolling carousel or display all of those items in a scrolling list. And like I said, the Actions of Google SDK allows us to easily detect the platform that's being run on, and then we can handle the response that we send accordingly. Now, when it comes to jumping into Dialogflow and building your first conversation, there's a lot of buzzwords and keywords about all the different components that are going to make up your conversation. And if you jump in there and you don't quite know what does what, it can be a little overwhelming. So I'm just going to run through what each of these does. So the first thing we have is invocation. So just as you would maybe say hello to your friend, say hello to a colleague, you're kicking off a conversation with them. So invoking an agent on the Actions of Google platform is essentially the same thing, but this is known as invocation. So when you say, hey Google, I want to learn how to play a chord, that is what's going to kick off the conversation with the guitar chord app that we're going to look at building. And at this point, this is the user requesting to speak to our agent, and then we're going to handle things accordingly after that. We also have things that are known as intents. So an intent is, say, a specific task that the user may want to trigger within our application. So once our user's triggered our conversation, they're then going to want to trigger an intent. So an intent could be things such as finding where the nearest toilet is, finding where the nearest restaurant is, or asking if it's going to rain today or not. An intent is just something that the user can request to carry out, and then we're going to handle that request and give them some form of response. So within our intent, we can also define a list of user says phrases. So all of these phrases are possible things that the user can say to our tool to trigger a specific intent. So for example, say if we have an intent that's, say, learn chord, and that intent allows the user to request to learn a chord. we can define a collection of phrases that the user can say which will trigger that intent. And then the more user says phrases we provide, the more flexible our tool becomes, because we don't know how the user is going to request that. So for example, someone might say to the tool, show me how to play a chord. Someone else might say, tell me how to play a chord. And I might go and say, teach me how to play a chord. So those three, whilst they're all similar, they're all worded slightly differently. So we can define a collection of different user says phrases to be able to pick up all these different ways in which our users may trigger a specific intent. We also have things that are known as entities. So within our intents, our user is going to want to say it's, they're requesting to learn how to play a chord, for example. We're going to want to get some form of data from that intent which lets our tool know what chord it is they want to play. And that chord, that data we're getting back from the intent is going to be what's known as an entity. And an entity is essentially like a, maybe in comparison to like Android applications or something, like a data class or a data model. And an entity is essentially the same as one of those. So whether it's a chord, a name, a date, location, it's some form of data that we want to get back from the intent. And Dialogflow already provides a collection of built-in entities for common tasks which you may want to do within Dialogflow, such as dates, locations, times, and so on. But you can also create your own custom entities, which we'll look at doing in a bit. And once our intent has been carried out by, successfully completed by our user, we've got the entity we need to perform the operation. We then have what is known as fulfillment request. So fulfillment request is where we've got our data, our tool has our data it needs, and it's going to go and do something to get the response to give to the user. So maybe that fulfillment request is carried out within Dialogflow, and we've just got static data that we give back to the user, or we send off a request, like a webhook to Firebase, and we get the response back to give to the user. So whatever the means of doing it is, that's known as a fulfillment request. And then finally, we've done all of that, we've got all our data, we've fulfilled the request, and we come back with a response. This response is then sent back to the user, whether it's spoken, displayed, and the user has their information back. Yeah. So that's essentially what conversations within Dialogflow are made up on. I know there's a lot to take in, but yeah, we're going to take a look at each one of those and build something together. So a really simple tool we're going to just look at how to build is essentially a really simple sample app. It's completely open source on GitHub. I'll put the URL up at the end. And basically, the user can request to learn a chord. Dialogflow will hit Firebase, get the data to read back to the user, and it will tell the user how to play the requested guitar chord. So the first thing that we need to do is define our entities. So if you open up Dialogflow and you've got your project, you can see on the left-hand side there's a navigation item for entities. If you remember, these entities are essentially like our business logic to our application, and we're going to start here and define these. So in our case, because we're building a guitar tutor, as we previously mentioned, our entities are going to be the chords that our user can learn. So we're going to jump in and create our new entity. So after we hit that Create Entity button, we're actually showing the blank UI, but this is the pre-populated version. So to begin with, we have to give our entity a name. So in this case, it's simply a chord, nice and easy representation of it. And then finally, we have, on the left-hand side, we have the entity names. So if you play guitar, you may recognize some of these. We have the G chord, the E chord, the C chord. And then on the right-hand side, we have what are known as synonyms. Now, these synonyms are optional. If you don't fill these out, then our entity can only be recognized within the user's speech by the value on the left-hand side. So the user has to specifically say G, E, or C. But on the right-hand side, these synonyms, we can, again, these are like the user says phrases of our intent. We can provide more ways in which the user can say these entities, and we can easily pick them up. So it essentially makes our tool more accessible, because we don't know how people are going to request these entities. So here you can just say I've added a couple of different variations, G, the chord G, G chord, and so on, just to allow more flexibility in the options there. So now that we have our entities, nice and simple to create those together, we're going to briefly look at our intents. So by default, when you create a new Dialogflow project, you have what is known as a default welcome intent. So this is the intent that's triggered when your conversational tool is first launched. And we know this because if we jump into the intent that's there, this is essentially defined by this welcome and Google Assistant welcome events that are there. So you can You can make your own intent if you don't use a default one. As long as you add these events here, this is the intent that will be triggered when your conversational tool is first launched. If you stick with the default welcome intent, you don't need to do anything else apart from maybe add a textual response at the bottom of the form. And this is essentially just a way for you to welcome the user to your tool. And you can say, hey, welcome to the guitar tutor. What would you like to do today? Maybe you'll base that on your own application. But in this default welcome intent, that's essentially all you need to configure that. Now we have our default intent, we need to go ahead and create our own custom intent. So we've got our chord entity, but we need to create an intent to actually allow the user to request one of those entities to learn. So we're going to create a new intent called learn chord. The standard practice seems to be to separate the intent names by full stops. So that's why I've done that there. But yeah, so we have our intent called learn chord. And the first thing we're going to do is define our list of user says phrases. So these are labeled as training phrases, and as you can see here, I've divided a bunch of different ways in which our user can trigger this intent. So if any of these phrases are picked up, then this intent will be triggered. This list could be endless, and I could probably add a lot more here, but it's just good to add a bunch of different ways in which this intent can be triggered. Now that our user can trigger our intent using one of these phrases, we need to define that an entity is required from this intent. So here, within the actions and parameters section of the intent creation form, we can essentially define an entity that is to be required and then the name of the parameter. So here we've marked this as required, so this intent won't be satisfied unless an entity is given by the user. So if the user doesn't say, I want to learn the G chord, or I want to learn how to play the C chord, then the intent will trigger that it hasn't got an entity to fulfill the request. So it will prompt the user, hey, I need to know a chord, I can't continue without it. So this essentially means here, so this will automatically be picked up in our phrase. So as the user speaks a chord, then Dialogflow will automatically pick it up. Otherwise, it will prompt the user for a new one. And in this define prompt section, you can define your own textual response to be given back to the user to request them. So in here, I've simply said, hey, I need to know what chord you want to be able to play. So now that we've got all our properties configured for our intent and our entities, and we can trigger an intent and ask the user what chord they want to play, we need to fulfill the request. We haven't actually got the data to give back and display to the user. So here, right at the bottom of the form, the only other thing we need to tick is enable webhook call for this intent. So this essentially means that when our user requests a chord to play and we know what chord they want to play, we're going to hit a webhook to satisfy that request and get the data. Now in the Dialogflow settings, I haven't got a screenshot of it, but in the settings pane in Dialogflow, you can essentially add a URL which will be used for your webhook. And when you set up Firebase in your Firebase console, you can retrieve the URL from there. So when it comes to this fulfillment, the way that I've done it here, there are several different components at play. So initially we have our app. So this is the Dialogflow app that we've just quickly built within Dialogflow. This is what's going to handle the user interaction. Our app will then use the actions from Google SDK to handle the responses, so whether it's UI components or just textual responses. And then we also have a Firebase Cloud function, and this is what we're going to use to handle our actual chord. So our Firebase Cloud function will retrieve the chord the user wants to play, it will massage some text and put some text together on how to play a chord and send it back. So these are the three components. So we've already got our app together, and let's take a look at how we can set up our Cloud function. So Cloud function is essentially just written in JavaScript, and whilst I'm not going to go too deep on how these work and stuff, I just want to show you how to build one so that we can see just how little code it is to get a simple response together within Cloud function for Dialogflow. So they recently changed to the V2 API, so we begin by defining the components we want to use. So within our Cloud function, we're going to be using a basic card, which is just a UI component. A simple response was just a text response, an image for the chord, and then also the Dialogflow SDK. So we have to define all the different components that we want to use at the top of our JavaScript file. This didn't used to be the case in V1, but they changed it in V2, so we have to do that now. We also have a couple of other dependencies for the Firebase functions, SDK, the Dialogflow, and then also just a strings file which contains some strings for our app. So the next part is essentially just saying that gives our functions file a way to handle any incoming requests. So this is essentially saying, hey, when any requests come my way, let my application handle it. So the Dialogflow SDK contains an intent function, which essentially allows us to handle any intents that are sent our way. So because we've given Dialogflow our webhook URL, whenever an intent triggers that webhook, it's going to hit that webhook URL and send the data to our Firebase Cloud Function file. And this intent function here is essentially saying, hey, whenever the learn chord intent is triggered, use this callback to satisfy it. So when our user triggers that learn chord intent, we're going to be sent here, and we're going to retrieve, we're going to be able to get that instance of that chord that they've requested. So say if our user requested how to learn the C chord, this will be called, and our chord parameter there will be the value C. So we can simply handle it. Yeah, so that's there. So essentially all we do here is just some string manipulation. I don't want to go into that because it's kind of goes a bit off topic, but all we do here is we get the list of chords from a strings file, which is there, which is just an JSON object of different chords that can be played. And we essentially use that chord list to get the chord that the user wants to play using the parameter that was passed into the function, and that is assigned to our input variable. So now that we have the chord that the user wants to play, we essentially need to use the Actions on Google SDK to send a response to the user. So here we use what's known as the simple response. So the Actions on Google SDK contains an ask function. It also contains a tell function. The difference is that the ask function allows for our user to respond back once we give them a response. So we can ask them, we can send them the response using the ask function, and then they can respond to it, because we could finish that with, hey, would you like to learn anything else? Whereas if we use the tell function, we don't offer a way for the user to hook back into our conversation. So here, a simpler response is essentially just something that contains text. And the cool thing is that we can give it a speech value and a text value. So these two things don't have to be the same. So we could show one thing on screen, and we could read something that's slightly different to the user, maybe a more minimal version. And altogether, just to display a simple text response to the user, this is all of the code within the Firebase functions file. Other than the strings file there, this is all that you'll need to handle a simple response, and this will automatically send it back to our user. And a simple response looks something like this. So we invoke the conversation, we trigger in our intent, and we give the chord that we want to play, and then our cloud function handles that request and automatically sends it back to our conversational tool for us and reads it out to the user. And like I said, because we're using the ask function on the Actions on Google SDK, we can continue the conversation by asking the user if they'd like to do anything else. Now, as well as simple responses, we have what are known as rich responses. So these are sort of allows us to show visual components to our users if they have a screen-based device. And as I said, the SDK makes it really easy for us to do this. So the first thing we can do is, the first thing to note is that you must always provide a simple response when even when you're sending rich responses, because we must always start the response with a textual-based output. This was, again, something that changed with V2. And secondly, these are the only additions that we've had from the last code that we showed. So we can simply check if the device has the capability of a screen output. So this essentially is just, if the user has a screen, then we're going to want to show them some UI component. Currently, I think that's the only capability that you can check for. I might be wrong, but so yeah. So then we're going to, again, we've already sent the simple response back. So now we're going to use what's known as the basic card. The basic card is essentially something that allows us to show an image along with some supported text. We don't need to show all the same text that we've shown before about how to play the chord, because we've already shown that at the top. But that's exactly what I've done, so, so that goes against that. But all we can do here is just show a title with the chord name, and then grab an image. This is just grabbed from GitHub repository URL, and we also have the chance to show some alternative text for accessibility reasons. And then that looks something like that. So on the left-hand side, we have the textual response, and on the right-hand side, we have the nice visual way to play the chord, which is a lot nicer to the user. So we've got our conversation down, and we've managed to add a little bit of polish by sending an image back with a response on how to play the chord. And like I said, so altogether, the original code was pretty simple, just to show a text response, and all we've done here is just add another segment within an if statement, just to add a little bit of UI polish there. And that is pretty much all of the Firebase function code that is needed to handle that chord request from the user. And if they request to play another chord, then the exactly same code will be triggered next time. I think I've got a few minutes left, so yeah, so if you want to check out the code on GitHub, or if you want to pull it down and play it yourself, it's open source. Do you want it? And yeah, it might be a good point to start learning it. And within there's also a zip file. If you go into Dialogflow, you can also import that zip file, and it will import the whole project into Dialogflow for you, so you can see how it works within Dialogflow. So yeah, just quickly, I just want to quickly brush over localization, just because Dialogflow makes it really easy for us to localize our projects. So if you're already localizing your apps, this might be an interesting point. So within our conversational tool, our user can speak in the language that their device is set to. Our user will be speaking to their device in that. And our conversational tool can essentially use that, detect what language the device is using, and handle the responses for us. So essentially, what we need to do is we essentially have two different strings files. So previously, I just had a strings.js file that handled all of the strings of my application. What we do now is we have two separate files. So in my application, we're going to quickly support Italian as well as English. And we're going to have a file for our English strings and a file for our Italian strings. So quite similar to the way that we may do in our Android applications, we have the different string resources files to handle the different locales that we want to support. So yeah, each of these is going to be exactly the same. And you'll note here that on the left-hand side, each one has exactly the same key. But on the right-hand side, we just have the language variation. I'm not taking credit for those translations. My mum's Italian, so she did that for me. So yeah, to handle the localization, we're just going to use a JavaScript library called internationalization, which allows us to offload the trouble of loading the different strings onto a third-party library. And all we need to do is essentially configure that instance. So we can say what locales we're supporting, which in this case is English and Italian, the directory of where our locale string files are stored, and then also the default locale. So the Actions of Google SDK also has a get user locale function. So when our app is launched, you can instantly set the localization to be used based off of the device that you is using. So to configure the user's language, that's essentially all we need to do. And then within our when we fetch our strings, internationalization essentially allows us to fetch strings based off the keys. So here, all I've done is where I previously was fetching strings directly from my strings file, I can use internationalization to request a string based on the key. And what that will do is it will take that key, and then it will get the language it will get the locale that internationalization is set to, and just retrieve the string representation from the corresponding file for the locale that's being used. And that's pretty much, to handle localization in our Firebase Cloud Functions, that's pretty much all that needs to be done. So yeah, like I said, that's open source. It's in a zip, imported into Dialogflow, and the localization is also in there, so you can see how that works as well. Yeah, that's it from my side. I hope that was like a brief insight into how we can get started building simple applications and touch a few different areas. I've got a few minutes for questions, I think. If anyone's got any, then feel free to ask.
Thank you so much. And yeah, any questions about Dialogflow, about Firebase, anything?
Hey.
How would you change the steps so you can provide, for example, the default chord, either default chord or random chord, or all these two supported chords?
So it depends how you want to do that. You could have a separate intent. So you can have as many intents as you want. So you could have an intent called random chord, and then you could do the user says like, oh, hey, tell me a random chord, and then that random chord would just, I don't know, go hit the Firebase function again, but with hit a specific function that's, I don't know, gets a random chord using a random integer value or something. So it would be best to split that out into a separate intent. Yeah, whether it's the random chord or, I don't know, the last chord. Maybe the user wants to request the last chord that they learn. You'd, again, have a separate intent for that. So that helps you to keep it a bit modular and keep things cleaner.
And for the set, can you, as a response for the first question, as a response, that was the first question that it asked, can you provide some kind of argument, say, like, these are supported ones?
Yeah, so you could do, yeah. So if the user said, hey, what chords do you support, you can, again, in Firebase function, in that Firebase function file, you'd just handle that. And the, I think there's a UI component called like a table view, or there's also like a column card or something that you can return like a list of content, and it's all nicely formatted. So that would probably be the perfect use case to do that.
Is there a way to just say, a set for one language, but then use its own translating function such that you don't have to write it for multiple languages?
I haven't looked into it, but probably. I mean, Dialogflow, within Dialogflow, you can just select, if I've got a screenshot somewhere, where you set up Dialogflow, you essentially here on the left-hand side where it says EN and IT, you can simply jump between those two things. So you have to provide also the translations in your intents. So where we have the user says in our intents for EN, if we hop over to the IT version, we'd also have to then provide the textual versions for the IT. So I don't know how that would work there. You probably use it for something, but it might involve some manual like copying over.
If you have more than one intent which you want to tie together to build up a conversation, how easy is that to do? So like you used ask function to ask the user to give a chord, but if you had another intent that you want to tie up in the
Also like trigger it. Yeah, so you can, I should have had a screenshot of that really. I haven't done it, but I know that off of where these intents are defined, you can define intents to be triggered after it. So like, actually, you know, one thing I've done is like a retry intent. So if, where on my learn chord intent, where is it? Oh, it's not there. So on my learn chord intent, the user can request to trigger it, and that's like a retry intent, and it's like a child intent, and then that will essentially go back to the start and trigger itself, if that makes sense. But it is possible, yeah. Cool. No more questions then?
Thank you so much again for joining us today.
No worries. Thank you.
I wish the table intent or table view would support more than 3. Like right now,
Yeah.
it's like 1 to 3, and then like what, like 4?
I haven't used it, but yeah.
I used it, but I mean, I used it at a hackathon in right before GDG. I am excited to introduce another speaker. Do I need microphone? No? Can you hear me? Well, okay, awesome. So I'm very excited to introduce another speaker whom I know already for quite some time. It's my fellow Google developer expert for Assistant, amazing developer, actually Android developer, who discovered her passion in voice technology, and now she's spreading the word about voice technology, and today she will actually combine those two passions about Android and about Google Assistant. So she will be talking about app actions. This is one of the most exciting things which I am personally also looking forward to, and she's coming all the way from Paris. Elaine, the stage is yours.
Thanks. So yeah, thanks everyone for being here. So is this working? Okay, yeah. Today I'll be talking about app actions. So how do you build assistive apps using this new feature? So as Egil was saying, is this working? Oh, of course it's not working. Oh yeah. I'm Elaine. I live in Paris, but I'm actually Brazilian. I've been living there for some time. But yeah, I was born in Brazil. I work for an agency there in Paris called Sphere. As Egil was saying too, I'm an Android developer, so I do a lot of Android. And since basically the Google Assistant was out, I was really interested on that new platform. So I got really interested. I did some talks about how to get started with it, did some workshops. And yeah, since I was happy enough to, since January, to become a GD for the Google Assistant, so I do a lot of Android, a lot of Google Assistant. Those are basically my two passions today. Maybe the battery is low. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Maybe I was too far. So yeah, those are the two technologies that I really like talking about. And when I talk about the assistant, actually, I usually go to the mobile conferences or Android conferences. And one thing that I have observed is that people really confuse those two platforms, the Google Assistant and the Android platform. Maybe you have been following this track today, you maybe did some code labs, so you know already the differences between those two platforms. But this is just in case slides. Yeah, I think I'm too far, maybe. Okay. So Google Assistant and Android ecosystems are completely different. Basically, what is the only common thing between those two platforms is that they're both done by Google and they're both present on Android phones. So on the left-hand side, you can see what a Google Assistant app, an action, looks like. So I put only the Google Home because in general, when you talk about the Google Assistant and actions, we think of voice apps. They're only available through voice. You interact with voice and then the speaker says something back to you. But the reason why I think people really mistake those two platforms is that you can see that Google Assistant apps, actions, they're also present on Android. So you can see maybe if you have an Android phone or even if you have an iPhone through an app, you can have classic GUI, you can have buttons, you can have text, you can have images. And of course on the right hand side you can see what an app looks like, buttons and navigation and text and classic stuff that you, of course, you know all about. You know about it. So the Google Assistant, so this is the proof that they're completely different platforms. The Google Assistant, the developed platform is called Actions on Google. The one on Android is Android SDK. An app for the Google Assistant is an action. For Android is an Android app, of course. And one thing that sometimes when I said, oh, I have done something for the Google Assistant, and they say, oh, okay, let me check it on the Play Store. No, on the Play Store you find Android apps. To find the Google Assistant apps, actions, you have the Assistant app directory that is available through the interface of Google Assistant. And again, Google Assistant, of course, is not Android, but I think people make the mistake because the Google Assistant runs on Android through a specific interface. So this was just to clarify that. Maybe it's more, I hope it's more clear now. So let's take that aside and talk about apps. So apps, I love apps. As I said, I'm an Android developer. There are apps for everything, to entertain, to have fun, to get things done, to get itineraries, to watch movies, to talk with your friends. Great. But there are a lot of apps out there. I can't even remember the number of apps that are published on the Play Store. There are a bunch of them. And actually, there have been some statistics out there that say that people, like 1 in 4 people, they actually don't use the app anymore, only after one use. Another similar statistic, yes, is that so basically 3/4 of users, they never use an app again, only after 72 hours after installing it. So yeah, so really big numbers, really scary for us app developers. So what does that mean? Are apps dead? Is there no more place on the Play Store for new apps? Of course not. Well, maybe bad apps are dead. And that's actually a good thing. And why do I say that? You can see on this graph right here that you can see the evolution of iOS and Android apps on blue and green respectively. And you can see that from 2016 and 2017, the blue statistic right there, actually it got down. And why did it go down? Apple did some cleaning of their app. There are a lot of apps that have been out there forever, and they have never been updated. That maybe crash, maybe because of some update, they crash right on start. And there are a lot of a lot of apps that do the same things, and Apple just unpublished them. But of course, there's always place for new apps. If you build great apps, you think about the user, you think about the UX, you think about the UI, you think about the performance, because not everybody have really high-end phones. There are a lot of features out there that are available from Apple or from Google that enables us to do alpha and beta testing, and we can take advantage of a lot of features that are available for those platforms, as Google Play Instant, like instant apps, push notifications to engage with your users. You can optimize the Google Play Store page. There are a lot of strategies to engage your users, to make people install your app, know what your app's about. But still, there are a lot of apps out there, and maybe you have put a lot of effort to make a great app, you put a lot of money, a lot of developers, you hire the best developers, so it's hard to get new apps out there. So what can we do about it? So the answer for this is app actions. So this is what I'm going to be talking about right now. So first, in 2017, Google, they have announced a new feature that's called the Predictive App Row. If you have an Android phone and you go in your app launcher where you have all of your apps, you can see the first row on the top. Those are the apps that Google thinks that you are going to be using at the moment. So for this specific user, it's going to be Gmail, Chrome, WhatsApp, and YouTube. And they have said that they're happy with the results. They say there's 60% prediction rate. I don't think that's that great, but still kind of a success. But one thing is suggesting an app. What's really what they have been trying to do this year is going a step further and trying to predict actually not only the next app that the user is going to be using, but the next action inside an app that the user is going to do. So instead of suggesting YouTube, maybe you can suggest watch videos. Instead of Spotify, it's play music. Instead of the app Google Translate, it actually translates something. So these app actions, I'm going to say it later on. There are two kinds of actions, but the most interesting ones are the ones, not the most interesting ones, but the most complex ones, I don't know. they are content-based actions. So here, for example, you have a kind of content, an artist. So maybe you have an app that is a video app, or maybe a ticket app, or maybe an app about this particular artist that gives some updates about her. And so based on a content that is going to be detected by Google, we're going to see after just after how this content is detected. You, as a developer, you declare that your app is can interact with that content and do an action with that content, and your app maybe is going to be suggested to the user. So what's really great about App Actions is that it's made by Google, so it's really integrated on the system level on Android. So we're going to see where it's going to be integrated. It's on the App Launcher, on Google Play Store, with the Google Assistant, of course, and with the Google Search app. So how does it look like on the App Launcher? So you can see right there on the top row, we still have those apps that are being suggested, but just below it, you have the 2 actions that are being suggested to this particular user at this particular time. So right here you can see that this user has the action of calling Tina with the telephone app and doing an itinerary to Anya's school with Google Maps. So what can we say about that is that maybe it's the end of the day, and in general this user, he calls his wife, and then they talk about who is going to pick up the kid from school, and he is actually the one that's going to pick up her from school, and that's why those 2 actions were suggested to him, because usually at this time of the day, based on context, this is the actions that he does. In a general way too, whatever you have text selection, you can take advantage of that feature. So here, for example, I have an email from someone that's maybe planning a trip to San Francisco, and then on that mail, they are going to, they're taking a decision to which restaurant they are going to go. So we have a list of restaurants there, and when the user selects the name of a restaurant, you can see the app, I think it's OpenTable, that is suggesting to reserve a table at this restaurant right there. Because this app, the OpenTable app, has said, oh, I can do something, I can do an action with the restaurant content type. So this is why this app was suggested to the user. And my favorite integration is actually on the Play Store, because it's the only place in the Android system where both people that have the app installed or not are going to maybe have the app suggested to them. So if they have, if they do a search, so right here you have still an artist name, maybe he's looking for some app about that artist, but and he forgot about, oh, damn, I actually have that app. So if he had, he forgot about it. So he had the app, is going to be suggested there, and if he he clicks on the suggestion chip, the app is going to be launched with the deep link. And if he has not installed the app, it's going to redirect him to the app page, and if he likes the app, he installs it, and then he will deep link for the action that was defined by the developer. And this is really great for re-engaging your users, because sometimes you see, as the statistics that I showed before, a lot of users basically don't interact with the app after only 3 days. So it's a really way for you to, as app developers, to get your users to rediscover your app. And of course, it works really well too with the Google Assistant. If you ask a question about an artist, your app can be suggested. You have first your Google Assistant answer, and then if your app has declared that it does some action, it does something with that content, it can be suggested right below that the suggestion chips. And also, the last one is on the Google Search app, Android app. If you do a search, the first rows, the first 5 or 6 rows that you can see, 5 rows, that you can see are the results that we have already. And then you can see 2 suggestions of apps that do something with movies. So get tickets or watch a trailer. So really nice, really cool way to get your users to know better your app. Maybe if you even develop a new feature, your users are not going to check out everything that you put on the Play Store updates. So it's a really great way to re-engage with the users and let your users know what your app can do. So how do you actually do it as a developer? So the first thing that I really want, that I need to talk about is a feature that is coming from the Google Assistant, actually. As Google said, one thing that I really love about this subject is that it's really bringing together all, both platforms, Android and Google Assistant. You're going to understand after why I need to talk about built-in intents. So if you have seen some talks about the Google Assistant and Dialogflow today, you saw that in order to trigger some action after a user says something, you have to manually put a lot of examples of how you think the user is going to express himself in order to do something that he needs to do. And this can be a really boring thing to do, but it's really, really important because nobody expresses themselves in the same way. And so Google has suggested a new feature that's called the built-in intents. They have listed some common intents that people say. So for example, here you can say, all of these examples right there are ways that people can express themselves to say that they want to relax or they want to meditate or something like that. It's not exhaustive at all, and you can something that maybe we underestimate is the way people that can express themselves. So it's a really hard problem, actually. And so as I said, hold on. Okay. So they have listed the most common intents and the ones that are maybe better for them, for Google to be taken care of for now. So take a look at that slide. Those are the ones that they have thought about. If you are your business or someone that you know has a use case that is on that list, great. If you can think about something that your main use case is not on the list, there's only going to be one link for this talk. There's the documentation. You could go to the documentation and say to Google, oh, my use case is this. Can you do a built-in intent for me? Google, and then maybe Google is going to, the ones that are going to be asked the most, they're going to be added. And the ones that actually have the start are the ones that are actually available today. And the other ones are the ones that are coming next. Oh. Okay, so how do you actually do it? So, as I said before, there are 2 kinds of app actions. One it's action-based, and the other one is the content-based. So, for example, here you have a taxi app. The first one, the URL template model. And it's actually kind of easy to handle if your app already manage some kind of deep linking. And so you can see right there, everything that you have to do is that you have to declare, you have to define this actions.xml file right here that we're going to be taking a look after how they look like. And basically you have a deep linking URL with some parameters, and then your Android app is going to be taking those parameters and make a connection and do the deep linking. And the other one is the content-driven model. So it's basically the same thing as URL 2, but the biggest difference is that this one in order for this one to work, there has to be a website that is structured with schema.org entities. We're going to be seeing an example just after. And for example, you have a recipe app where you have maybe you list a lot of recipes, and those recipes have to be tagged correctly in order for it to work, and then you just declare basically your URL there from your website. So this is what the actions.xml file looks like. So we can see right here, this is the intent name. That is actually the built-in intent. It's the maybe order override for a taxi app. Then you just declare a label. A URL template, as I said, is the deep linking URL with some parameters. And the intelligence of connecting, of mapping the parameters that are coming from the deep link to the parameters from the Android app. It's made here. So from the URL parameter drop-off, it means that the intent parameter for Android is going to be the drop-off location address. So basically just mapping those parameters right there. And for the content-based, where you need to have a structured data with the schema.org entities, this is what it looks like. So the intent name here is take a course. And basically everything that you have to do is declare what the parameter, what kind of parameter, what kind of content. So maybe for the example that I just gave before was the artist. So this is where you're going to be maybe putting artist and then org schema type artist, something like that. But for here is for like a Coursera, for the Coursera website, you have the entity type, there is a course that exists on schema.org. And here you can see that in order to declare the entity, you have to put the URL filter already. So this is your website that exists already, that already does tag correctly your website with schema.org entities. And actually for the content type of actions, the URL template for the fulfillment is optional, but here you can see that they have actually just put some tag for maybe analytics or something like that for analyzing how well it performs. And this is an example of what a structured data looks like. So you can comply with this and make it work. So this is, here you can see the type, and then you just have to put some parameters. So yeah, this is how it works. And as I said before, actually the actions.xml file is going to be, and this mechanic right here is going to be transforming semantic intent, something that was said or written in a semantic way or in a natural way, something like that, and going to go to the URLs in a deep link manner and being transformed to Android intents. Because if you know a little bit about Android development, intent is a really big concept. And in general, too, it's not at all, some people don't understand, okay, so the intent that is coming, maybe you, on your dialog flow talks just before, we talked a lot about intents. Those are semantic intents. And you have to, of course, not to confuse them with the Android intents. And this is how we basically do the mapping of some semantic intents to Android intents. So here you can see if the user writes or if he says get a write to SFO. Google is going to be detecting that the intent is order override because this is the built-in intent. So they actually handle the NLP for you, the processing of the phrase for you. And it can actually also detect what the parameter is. So here you can see is actually the drop-off location that is SFO, the airport of San Francisco. And on your actions.xml file, you said that you have declared an action that treats the actions that manages the actions intent order override. And then through your deep link file, you're going to be mapping and do an action and actually launch an activity on the Android side with those specific parameters that you have cached just before. So in order to integrate them on the Android project, it's actually really easy because Android developers are really used to developing apps with Android Studio. And you do everything as you did before, do your project and build it, test it, etc. And the only extra step that you have to do is that you have to integrate the actions.xml file. You build your APK, you submit it to the Play Console, and the Play Console is going to detect there's an actions.xml file there. So it's going to suggest you to register your actions on the Actions of Google platform. So this is where everything connects together. And then once you publish it, your app may be suggested for your users. But of course, before publishing, you want maybe to test it to make sure it works. So what's really cool too is that on the Android Studio, again, the tool that every Android developer uses, there's a plugin. There's a plugin for testing it. And what you have to do is basically you publish it as a developer preview. So if you have a phone that's logged in with the same account, developer account, as you used that you used to publish the developer preview, you can test it on your phone, and then you can yes, you can test it basically. So the Actions Google platform, if you heard about that before, every explanation that we have as of maybe on all the talks that we had today is the Google Assistant developer platform. This is where you go. This is how you build actions, apps for the Google Assistant. So what Google has said, okay, maybe we can take advantage of what you have built here and maybe do something interesting for Android apps too. So this is basically what they have done with App Actions, because maybe everything that you know about it, that you have heard about the Google Assistant for now is conversational actions, the conversation that work well with the Google Home, that work with voice, with natural language. And so they said, okay, maybe we can take advantage of a lot of foundations that we have created for the Google Assistant and create something for Android developers called App Actions. And as I said, there are a lot of foundations that are shared for those for both features. Of course, built-in intents, because App Actions today they work only with built-in intents. Structured data, as I said, the website that is tagged really well with the content, and usage reporting with something like Firebase App Indexing. It's something that is really important for App Actions, because in order for, if you want your app to be suggested to the user, Google has to know that your app, what is the frequency, or how well does your app does that action. So this is where you maybe can. This is where it's really interesting to do something like usage reporting with Firebase App Indexing. Also, the Google Sign-in feature is shared between those two. The seamless digital subscriptions is both managed by the Google Play, so every foundation is shared by those two features. So really cool. So, in summary, if you have the takeout of this presentation is that in an Android, when you're an Android developer, or not a developer actually, when you're an Android user, when you take out a phone from your pocket, you don't want to launch an app. You want to accomplish something. You want to do an action. You want to calculate an itinerary. You want to see a photo. You want to take a photo. You want to see a video. Don't want you to open YouTube. You want to watch something. And so yeah, as I said, is a really great way of getting your users to re-engage with your product. And what's really powerful for me is that it's really tailor-based for one user, and it really takes into account the context and the moment where the user is in. So yeah, this is the assistant track, so maybe we could talk a little bit about the assistant too, because Android is great. Again, I love Android. We can have millions, billions of Android devices out there, phones, tablets, watches. But what about the Google Assistant devices? Like Google Home, smart displays, even headphones that actually run on the Google Assistant. It would be really a shame of integrating those app actions and not maybe taking advantage of that to publish something for the Google Assistant. Again, two different platforms running on completely different devices. The only device where both work are actually Android phones. So yeah, maybe you can, since maybe you have made some effort to do app actions, maybe you can see there you can reuse a lot of foundations to build the conversational actions. So if you start, I really encourage you actually to start directly with conversational actions. Maybe it's more, I don't know, if you never, either you're not an Android developer or you have no experience with Dialogflow, start directly with Dialogflow is great, but for actually Android developers, if you know any Android developers or if you're an Android developer yourself, maybe you can start by trying to integrate app actions in your app. You build a test with Android Studio, you publish to the console. It's great, as I said before, when you do so, you are going to actually already be publishing an action, but not a conversational one, on the actual Google platform. And then when you, I don't have the screenshots here, but when you publish your action, the console is going to suggest for you to create an actual conversational app with Dialogflow. As I said, maybe, I don't know if everyone was here at the previous sessions, that where Dialogflow was extensively explained, but basically what Dialogflow is a really powerful tool that transforms sentences said in a natural way into some structured data and some intents and entities, basically JSON file that we as developers can use and do something about it. So yeah, so basically you can go from building an Android app with app actions and then reaching more surfaces, reaching all the assistant surfaces with that convinced you. You know some developer, you're a developer, Android developer yourself. So really, it's a really nice feature to get your users to rediscover your app, or maybe discover some new features. So yeah, how do I get started? Where do I sign in? Really interesting. So Google has actually announced this feature at Google I/O this year, and they said, developer preview is coming in the next month. So it's December now, and the developer preview is not out there yet. They have actually said that this is a much more complicated problem than they previously expected. But just keep in mind that those assistant and Android integration is something that is really important to them. And I think it's, of course, they control, they own actually both platforms. They should work great. They must work great together. But unfortunately, it's not yet available. So maybe you can think about your use cases. If it's not on the list of built-in intents, maybe you can ask for Google for your use case to be listed and to be taken into account. Maybe if your website, if a recipe app or something like that, you can tell your web developers to make your website compliant with this feature, so it can be compatible with app actions in the future. But if you're interested, there were 2 great sessions at Google I/O this year. They really encourage you to leave one link for me. It's the App Actions site. This is actually where you also submit your built-in intent if it's not listed on the list that I showed before. And that's it for me. Thank you very much. And of course, if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Elaine.
Yeah.
Any questions for Elaine?
From Android side, actually, I really loved it that
it's amazing topic in terms of that resurfacing, right, Android apps, so that I think people who are into marketing, branding, Android, assistant from all kind of sides, they should be actually thinking about, how to use it.
It's really powerful, and I think it's really taking advantage of both platforms to basically get more users, get more usage, get your app more visible. I don't know.
And a long time ago, actually, my mentor at Google, he told me that the future will be contextual. That we will be, like you said, not thinking in like apps and like actions, but we'll be thinking like, what do I want to do?
Yeah, exactly.
And this is exactly what it's about.
Yeah, this is what the assistant is about, and then it's basically integrating that feature on the Android. Yeah.
Any questions? Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Do you have some examples, like some apps that are using currently this kind of...
So yeah, so as I said, unfortunately the developer review is not out yet, so there's stuff that's working right now, but first-party apps, so basically Google apps are working. And oh yes, and I didn't specify too, unfortunately this feature is only available on Android P, so the last version of Android. And this is what I have the Pixel phone, so I have it. And I have two actions that are being suggested for me right there. Basically a Telegram chat with basically my best friend. So this I chat with her every day, so this is what's being suggested to me. And I'm actually really worried because the second one is Slack. And it's Saturday, and this is my client Slack. I don't know why. In general, I don't go on Slack on Saturdays, not for work anyways. But yeah, it's being suggested to me. But yes, as I said, unfortunately, it's not available for. So I guess Google has been maybe working with Slack in a close way. So this is why the integration is already live. But it's not available for all the apps that I have on my phone.
That's really cool. Thank you.
Yes, thanks.
Just a question. So, how does all this cope with the current privacy constraints?
Oh, that's a really good question because all of so Google says this is what Google says. I have not checked it that it actually works like that, but. So you can actually imagine that behind all of that, there are a lot of algorithms. They're ranking maybe apps, ranking what you do, maybe logging your activities and logging what you do in order to suggest the good app for you. And as far as I know, and as far as what Google has said, they said that the models that use your usage data, that is really important to suggest the right app for you at the right content, at the right moment, or the right context, is run locally on the device. So this is as far as I know, so yeah. Yes, but again, yes, when you use Google products, you know that our usage is being tracked all the time, but the model is supposed to be running on the device.
I believe Spotify has also right actions because like
when I showed, yes, unfortunately I don't have Spotify, so I don't know if it works already on production. But I guess it should, yeah.
I think it does. So like just few partners.
Really?
But like
yes.
It's not yet in developer preview, but I'm sure that I don't know if they will.
They have been working
same name or other name, but I'm sure they will actually launch it because it's just both products are from Google, so they should definitely be interested in connecting those two platforms.
Of course. I have seen Deezer too on some Google slides.
Any other questions? Also, everybody's like, when is the party, guys? We have one more talk, so brave.
It's actually you, no?
Yeah.
You're really brave with the last talk.
Yeah, so we have to do that, right? I have to do that. So yeah, we have one more talk if you are interested in Google Home Hub and what is bringing to users and how to optimize. So remember, like if you've been to one of the talks, we were talking about that immediately once we develop action, it's immediately available at for 500 million devices plus. So it will be available for all of them, even if you didn't optimize. But it might look quite ugly if you don't optimize. That's why we'll be talking about beautifying content. That's why, yeah. But for now, it's all about Elaine. So thank you so much, Elaine, for coming. track at this DevFest. And I was really, really excited to present you all these amazing speakers all these days. So they're really, really amazing. They come from all different countries. The last talk is, so I'm based in London. The last talk is today is about smart displays and how to optimize your application. So as I told you, your app is automatically available on all surfaces, be it Wear OS or a soundbar or anything else. But it will look ugly if it's not optimized for your phone or for your smart display. So if you, who already bought the Google Home Hub? Okay, but who is using Google Assistant on their phone? Or, okay, so not just speaker, right? Okay, awesome. So we are, I'm sure that, Christmas time, people say that the Home Hub is kind of the best gift this Christmas. So, yeah, a little bit about myself. I'm GG for Assistant, leading GDG WTM groups in London, mentor at Google Launchpad. I'm director of Motorboard, used to work for Google back in Germany. Did my PhD in quantum chemistry, and I'm UK STEM ambassador. So now, why Google Assistant? A little bit since we already, I'm sure you've been to lots of sessions. I will skip here a couple of things which and kind of focus on the most relevant things. So these are the surfaces, and as you can see, we have here a car, we have here phones, a TV, laptop, Google Home Hub. Oh, sorry, this is the Lenovo one. We have all kinds of speakers and soundbar. So lots of those surfaces, they have, some of them have visual capabilities. And that's why, as a brand or as a solo developer, you might be interested in optimizing for those surfaces. So there is a growing list of types of interactions and contexts. So if you look at the kind of timeline, you can see that as we go closer to the in the future, you see that we get devices like Google Home Hub, well, in general smart speakers, which get a visual component. This is something that we have to work on. Yeah, again, languages, definitely recommend you. You already heard from Joe how important is localization, and I will show you again the pin. So this is the pin you get when you localize your application. And it really helps you with engagement. And if you have a visual component, definitely you have to also localize it in terms of other countries and other cultures. So this is the map where Google Assistant is planning to launch until the end of this year. And yeah, now available devices. Now we will kind of focus only on smart displays. So what is out there? So right now we have JBL, we have Lenovo, LG. This is what Google launched at Google I/O. They forgot probably, or maybe they just decided not to mention Sony, but they also actually, the device is also coming. So all those devices, actually most of them, if you played around with them at Google I/O, who been to Google I/O this year? Who had, okay, so basically amazing. So you maybe saw in Sandbox that all these devices have got quite big screen. So if you are looking at something bigger than Google Home Hub, then probably Lenovo would be your choice. I really, really liked also the Lenovo option. It's a bit more expensive though. And then there is Google Home Hub, which got launched in October. And like living in London, it's like living in a bubble. Honestly, when I travel to other countries and giving talks, I didn't really realize right away that Google Home Hub is not available pretty much anywhere except Australia, United Kingdom, and United States. So we are one of those 3 lucky countries where we can actually go and buy a device. And in Black Friday, it was actually more than 30% discount. So really, really cool. It was like 99 pounds. So it got screen, quite small screen, but still it got this visual component, really powerful speaker, which is actually, if you open device, you will see that the speaker is actually located here versus on sides. So they were showing us at the GDG summit how it's located. It doesn't have camera, and yeah, it's a very good point. It's a really good point, by the way. And they actually, during onboarding or during unboxing, they actually tell you that that's not a camera, because the idea is that hopefully people will put it in the bedroom, into some private area, maybe toilet. That's why they kind of want people to feel like comfortable putting it next to a bed, so that they know that it's not recording your private life. on the you know, sound. But yeah, that's pretty much it. But no, unfortunately, I mean, I personally think that I wish it would have camera, but it doesn't, and we don't know what will come in the future. But right now, right now it doesn't. But it's a really, really cool device, and particularly, I personally find it really impressive how it changes the colors. So when it goes dark, you can't literally differentiate the color of the photo, the way it looks like, and the paper photo. So if you put them next to each other, it looks just like paper photo, and it's just really impressive. So it goes darker and darker as you can just put, if you want, a finger on the light kind of detector sensor, and it's really amazing quality of the screen. So they definitely put lots of efforts into that, into the quality of the screen and into speakers, because, well, it's supposed to be a still voice. But basically important to understand, they don't call it voice first, they call it voice forward, because it got the visual component. But it's still voice, so voice is still the first kind of part. Anyway, going beyond smart speakers, so now voice forward. So we got all kinds of these surfaces, right? And now let's just think about very quickly about our day, how we're using. Because before you jump and develop something, I mean, you are a developer, I'm a developer, so it oftentimes people tell me it's a waste of time, you know, sit, write dialogues, sit and think about, you know, usage. But this is very important, because the way if you think about how it will be used, then you will actually feel, you kind of put yourself into the shoes of the user. And the way we think about it is just the morning. You maybe go to Google Home Mini, and you know, alarm goes off, and this is how your day starts. And then you move into the living room, and you have here already another device, which can be, for example, a smart display. And it got both components here, so you can actually ask about the weather. But the good thing, since it got a visual component, you can actually see the weather not just in a particular time in the morning, but actually all during the day. Next, you are going to the car, and you are checking, you are ordering your usual from Starbucks. So you got device which is on the way, phone. Then the day goes on, and you got another one. So when you are in the car, important, you got the same device, but it got different capabilities. Because you are driving, you are hopefully not looking at your phone. So it doesn't have visual component anymore. So when you are developing, you have to think not in terms of features of the device, but in terms of the type of interaction you are having with any particular device at any given time. So before that, it was voice forward, so it got both visual and audio capabilities, but here you are actually only using voice. Next, in the evening, you again maybe, you know, using it to cook, what is it? Biscuit dough, and then something else. And then you are at the end of the day just playing game from BuzzFeed with your family. So it got again that voice forward capability, so you can look at the screen but also listen to it. So as you can see, the journey continues, and then at the end of the day you just maybe start your evening routine, and then at the end of the day you just set an alarm clock for tomorrow, and that is it. So as you can see, as the day goes by, hopefully, if you got a few devices with different capabilities, you will move from voice only to voice forward to maybe something else, and then go back to voice only. So now, there are three kind of things we should, when we look at all these surfaces, we should think about three things. First, it's about accessibility and how familiar it is. So, for example, is it morning commute or evening? Is it ready to provide your, you know, favorite actions? For example, morning routine gives you Starbucks, usual. Or in the evening, it sets your alarm clock because it knows when you are usually waking up. Number two, it's available in different contexts, and that is mobility. Remember, sometimes it's available on the go, sometimes it's just only at home. There's also proximity. It's different. When you have this family playing some game, it's far away proximity. But when you are on the go and you are ordering your, let's say, Starbucks usual, you have a very close proximity. So it's also something different. So So you probably don't want to show some private things or ask for some private details when it's a faraway proximity. So you should think about how you're planning to use the app. Proximity, mobility, and also privacy. Is it shared environment, or is it your private settings? Meaning that share your settings when you have Google Home Hub, and private settings you have your own phone. And then, of course, there are different modalities which you have. You can have voice, you can have visuals, or you can have both of them. Now, so just an example. So smart displays, for example, familiar. Context is usually home, far field, shared, and then modality is primarily voice. And phone is, context is on the go, is near field, and it's very private device. And the modality is either voice or touch. Now, if you look at Google, people are usually using kind of this scheme in order to identify and name the different modalities. So it's a multimodal spectrum, and we have here voice only. Remember I told you that we should identify the interaction type versus features of the device. And you can see here that phone here is an intermodal because we can use it in both voice and both visuals. But when it got no sound, it became visual only. So the same device, but different type of interactions. Now, voice is really, really natural to us, but it got some disadvantages. Yes, it's natural. You don't need, we communicate all the time. It's also hands-free. It's far field, so when your hands are, for example, dirty, you can still cook, you can still use the voice capabilities. It also reduces task navigation because imagine when you want to start, let's say, Spotify, some song on Spotify, you need to open an app, then you probably need to search for a song. So there are lots of tabs involved. But at the same time, if you want to start sound using voice, you might want just to say, ask for a particular song, and it's much, much easier, and it reduces the task navigation. Or, for example, start workout. Pretty much all those kind of little things can be done in a really easy way using voice. So, but at the same time, visual has also its own advantages. For example, imagine I'm in a cafeteria and I want to order tea or coffee. It's much easier to scan and compare items when they're visual. Imagine that would be like a voice-only application when they would be saying, what do you want? Espresso, latte, cappuccino, mocha, americano, etc., etc., etc. It's really hard to compare. And now imagine you also add prices. And in some cases, you might want to also add how many calories each of those drinks have. So it becomes almost impossible to compare. So in such cases, you as a developer should think in a UX way and think, okay, does it actually make sense to put all those things into voice? Because oftentimes I see as Android developer, you just, and most of you are probably not like mainly assistant developers, but you are coming from other backgrounds, you just try to take existing app, which probably you developed, and kind of transfer it to the voice world. And sometimes it just doesn't work this way, and this is something that we definitely want to avoid. It's also very easy to describe and selecting. Imagine I would be in the cafeteria asking, oh, I really want that chocolatey muffin which has this crumble on top of that and sprinkles. So it's really hard, while I can just point at it. So in a visual way, it's much easier. So yeah, again, back to the multimodal spectrum. So remember I told you, so oftentimes Android developers, they just take an app and they just think, okay, how can I actually copy it into voice world? So on the left side is the real app which exists, and it's not mine, but it got pretty much the sunscreen identification, UX, etc. On the right side is my app which I developed for Google Assistant. So as you can see, this app can do lots of things. It can, you can pick your skin type, you can set your SPF, those kind of things. You can pick estimated time to burn, you can get it set UV filter, etc. Lots of things. But when it comes to voice, I cut all that functionality and I left very simple things. You can ask about, you can interact with action in just two different ways. You can either ask for UV index, for example, what is the UV index in London, for example, or even easier, if, let's say, you as a child don't remember what is UV index, or maybe you are an older person, you just don't remember those terms, you can just ask, do I need a sunscreen? You don't need to remember what is the name of the app, you don't need to install it, you don't need to go to some website. The interaction is very, very natural. And here, when I started developing it, I just started with a spoken conversation. All I did, I took a piece of paper and I thought, okay, as a person who wants to know about sunscreen, what would I ask? And what did I ask? Do I need a sunscreen? Sure. What city are you interested in? London. It's one. Etc. 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 No. Any other city? Nope. Okay. Bye now. Bye for now. So those are kind of simple interactions you do. So you definitely don't try to include all those amazing functionalities that you get from this Android app. This is the anatomy of response. So you have a spoken response and on the screen. And I think as some of the previous speaker, one of the previous speakers mentioned, you definitely shouldn't repeat them. The spoken response should be much, it can be, so the on-screen response should be in a much kind of slick way. It should maybe have, like, you know, something in bold, something in cursive, some in italic, something, you know, some visuals so that it's easier to read. And you can see here that in case of voice forward and visual only intermodal, we always get as only spoken prompt, or we also get spoken but also the written prompt. Now, this is an action which I called sunscreen check. And this is actually the actual conversation for today, which was last night. I asked, do I need sunscreen in London? And this is the spoken prompt. As you can see, it's quite like a paragraph, right? It goes as a conversation. And then I added on screen. So if you compare those two, you can see that you separate them as a new line. So you have a really easy, it's really easy to identify exposure category. You can have, again, there is no a full sentence. The first line is just a title in a way. And this is how it looks like. So you can, please ignore the gradient. This is just a simulator, the way they show it. But as you can see, there are a few things here. So UV index is a really, really bold. So you can see from far away that the index is 1. That's what we need, right? Then you can add one image, only one, unfortunately, as of now, on the right side. So I picked the functional image. Of course, as a brand or maybe as a company, you want to add something, maybe like a logo. We saw people adding flag if they put some, you know, let's say anthem app, etc. But I saw that what can help user to see from far away what is important, and that is something that is number, and it's you can see the color is green. Now you can also change background, which is very important. Now I have seen developers putting all kinds of fancy backgrounds, you know, with flowers, with hearts, all kinds of things, you know, like you can see pretty much anything out there. But I encourage you to think also in a functional way. What would be addition here? Okay, so index is 1, amazing. What does it give me? Imagine if index will be 5. Is it high index? Is it low index? Where is it, you know, on that line? And that's why I added as a background. So this is actually the background theme. So this is a part of background. I added this line so that you can actually see, let's say if it's 5, okay, this is probably on the safer side. If it's 10, I probably should put, you know, much more sunscreen than usual. So that's why I encourage you and I urge you to think in a more functional way. And I think as developers, it's easier for us because usually as a designer, you try to beautify things all the time. But as developers, I think we can think. Also, you can use emojis. You can actually change font typography, and pretty much do lots of things about that to make it functional and also beautiful. Yeah, let me just skip this. Oh yeah, so about optimization, the sunscreen companion. So this is how it looks like. So when you ask, this is the action on Google Console. It welcomes you and you can check your sunscreen protection companion. So the way you use it, you have a basic card where you kind of have a, well, I substituted here, you basically can ask about any city, and it gives you, as you can see here, we have title, subtitle, which is exposure category, and you can make title, you know, like a different font, different color. You can add emoji into a title, emoji pretty much anywhere, subtitle, etc. And then you have an image. So, and then I also have alternative text for accessibility. now this is the answer. So this is the response you get. And you don't need to use just one rich response. So as you saw, I was using this one. I was using a basic card, which has just one image on the right side, and then it got background image. At the same time, if you feel it makes more sense to you, you can actually use carousel or list, which you can list few items, which I'm actually using in another app of mine, where I just list a number of cities with beautiful photos from every city. Or you can use tables. So unfortunately here, you are limited to 4 rows and 3 columns. So you cannot put more than that. So definitely if you only got that much data, those many kind of points, then you can definitely use table, tabular data. If you got more than that, I would recommend you either carousel list, or if it makes sense to you, I would recommend you to use basic card. So those kind of main types which you can use in order to display your data in a beautiful way. In a beautifully visual way. Now, it's also easy scaling. So as a developer, we of course want to have a great experience on both smart displays, but also on the phone. You don't need to do literally anything to get things done in this case. As you can see, the app is actually doing it automatically. So this is how it looks on the phone. You got, again, same image. It kind of just rearranged it, but you still got the scale here. And hey there. And basically, you've got everything you have, except you also got a spoken prompt, because that's how the phone works. Yeah. And now you got capabilities. So capabilities here, you can actually define if the device got audio output, screen output, media response audio, and web browser. So I want to kind of ask you to pay attention here to one thing, and that is web browser. Why it's important to have to pay attention to this web browser. So sometimes you might want to put links to every action, to every item on your, let's say, carousel. For example, I developed an app which gives you all open call for papers for conferences. So if you want to give a talk at any conference, you can just ask my app, are there any open call for papers, let's say, in Europe or, you know, in Germany? And in this way, I'm showing you the set of 5 conferences which are looking for speakers right now. And of course, I put to every single item in the carousel links. Now, with web browser capabilities, you can't do that because there is a web browser, so you can actually open those links, let's say on the phone. But you should remember that on Google Home Hub, there is no web browser. So that thing, the carousel with links won't actually work on Google Home Hub at all. So when you work on your app, and when you put links or any other capabilities, you should always think about it. And even if you cannot test it physically, you should think, okay, I have this device. Will it actually work on that? I'm using links. I'm using, you know, image. I'm using something else. And you should also think about that in a way, because sometimes you might hope that it will be working, but it won't be working. Now, capabilities you can actually define, as you can see here. For example, I defined when there is no screen, you can show more content, and else, if there is screen, then you can shorten voice content just because you can, you know, put it in a more structured kind of visual way. So that's pretty much, I think, self-explanatory. And now, important thing. So beyond that code, you can also define, again, some people forget, surface capabilities in Actions on Google Console. Now, I recommend you to be super careful about that. So you can forbid here for your action to be used in particular devices with particular capabilities. For example, you can say that my action always requires audio output. And this way you will limit number of users who have access to your app. But sometimes it's important, and I will give you just one example. Imagine your app is doing Christmas songs. And does it make sense to have your app available where there is no audio output, for example? Probably not. Probably you actually want to play songs out loud, and this is why you can actually put here, yes, my action require audio output. And those things, if you go one by one and just think about, again, does my action require this? Does this device have that capabilities? And when you are matching a number of devices you want to be on and what your app is actually doing, you will actually see, okay, my app does that, so it can be on those devices just because it does make sense. And yeah, there are styling options, like I mentioned you upload 2 backgrounds in order for it to be scalable for both surfaces for phone and for with landscape mode for smart displays. And this is the actual color of the phone, of the background without that gradient from simulator. And yeah, so again, I'm using these images. As you can see, you can actually see here all the numbers have different colors. So even without scale, you can kind of feel, but I still add a scale because it just makes sense to me to use these images and to kind of match them to the scale. It's actually official images from World Health Organization. So that is something that they recommend to use. But I figured out that it might be useful just because it turns out there is no way to ask for UV index on Google Assistant. I mean, there was no way before I developed this app. Why I realized that? Because I was in Dubai delivering keynote at DroidCon Dubai in April this year. And the field side temperature was plus 56 Celsius, which was like crazy for me living in London. And like somebody who was like light skin, I got really scared, you know, like it's a really hot temperature. So I asked Google Assistant, what is the UV index for Dubai? And I got a response, do you want to, for me to read your article about UV index from Wikipedia? And this is the moment I realized that there is no way to actually get this information because Google Weather doesn't have that information as part of the app. And what you do as a developer when you see that something is not there, yeah, that's right. You just develop that. So that's what I did, and now I'm using it. And interestingly enough, if you know it on Google Assistant, and that's why I like it more than Android. Don't tell Android developers, but you don't need to install app, and you don't need to know name of the app in order to use the app. So half of the users of this application, and hopefully your future application, they don't know that they're using this app. All they do, they just ask, what is the UV index? And because of implicit triggering, there are 2 types of triggering, implicit and explicit. So explicit triggering is when you say, talk to sunscreen check. And then there is also implicit triggering, when you just say, I want to order a taxi. And then Google suggests you, let's say, Uber, Lyft. In this case, if people ask, do I need, what is the UV index? Google suggests my app and maybe some other apps. So you should definitely aim to... You should definitely aim to be, for your app to be used in implicit triggering, because this way you don't need to promote your app, because your users don't need to know name of their app in order to be able to use it. So that's kind of a little bit like a side note. Yeah, so we have simulator here, as you can see, the third icon. Lots of people kind of oversee because it's not very, but this way you can test it. Of course, it's much better to test it on a home hub device if you've got, or Lenovo or whatever you've got. But so definitely, if you are planning seriously to do assistant development, I would recommend you to invest some money into a few devices like Home Hub or Mini, Google Home Mini, etc. And yeah, what I like about it is that you write it once, it's optimized everywhere. And remember I told you, you should always think about capabilities of any particular device in any particular moment and not device in general, because one device can be voice forward, can be voice only, can be visual only, depending on the situation or, yeah. And what's next? I think we showed it in our previous talk, but I will just kind of quickly mention you again that we've got Code Labs. So if you miss Code Labs today, I think they're still going, but if you miss them, I definitely recommend you to Code Lab Level 3. So this is the Level 3 Code Lab will actually teach you how to optimize step by step in a really, really easy way for smart displays. So you basically have this hands-on step-by-step thing. You don't need to read actually documentation. All you need to do is to open Level 3. Or if you don't feel confident, Level 1, Level 2, and then Level 3, and then you are done pretty much. And then there is Actions on Google Community Program. For those of you who've been here, I apologize. I will repeat it quickly again because I think it's really amazing. But what they do, if you develop first application, they give you a t-shirt like this one from Google Assistant team. They give you $200 cloud credits, which you can use for anything like Firebase, etc., per month for a whole year. And they give you physical pins. And with the first pin, you also get Google Home device. And I got these physical pins here. So this is the traction pin which you get for when your app is reaching some kind of level of usage. Again, I cannot tell how much, but like basically it goes beyond, you know, your just immediate family or immediate friend group. And then if engagement is well, when people engage with your app, and if you localize your app at least to one more language, and it's being used in both languages in a kind of good way, so it reaches some amount of users in both languages, then you get also those that globalization pin. So those things, I mean, you know, people are getting motivated with all kinds of things. I don't know what will motivate you, you know, learn about things or become famous on Google Assistant platform just because it's so new. There are not that many apps out there yet, only 1 million. Or you maybe you just like pins. But yeah, definitely this is something to look forward to. And if you have any questions, I don't want to keep you any longer because I know there is a after party, but you can always either check these resources, or if you feel that you need something more, you need to ask any particular question. Oh, by the way, Medium, this is a shameless plug. This is actually my publication where I post my articles about Google Assistant. So if you are lazy and you don't want to check lots of blogs out there in order to learn about Assistant, every month I am posting recap about Google Home and Google Home Hub and Dialogflow and actions on Google Page Match, everything in one article. So that's kind of hopefully time saving for you. And that's it. So you can find me on Twitter, or you can ask questions during after party. I think that's it. Thank you so much. No questions. Amazing. So yeah, again, ping me on Twitter or find me at the party.